All right, good morning. It is Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. It's just after 9 a.m. and we're going to call our Board of Supervisors meeting to order, letting the record show that Supervisor Alejo, Lopez, and Askew are present. Supervisors Daniels and Church will be arriving later this morning. Are there any additions or corrections to our closed session agenda?
No additions or corrections.
All right, we have closed session items 1A through D. Is there any public comment on our closed session items this morning? I'm seeing no one for public comment. We'll close public comment and recess to closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30 a.m.
Hi, Diego. It's Valerie. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Valerie. I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much.
All right. Good to go.
Thank you.
All right, welcome to our Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, August 18th, 2026. We're going to go ahead and reconvene the Board of Supervisors, letting the agenda show that all supervisors are present with the exception of Supervisor Glenn Church, who will be arriving a little bit later, and we'll let the record show that Supervisor Daniels arrived briefly after closed session started. But we will have a full house later today. We'll welcome our Spanish interpretation services by Diego Salas. Diego, are you with us?
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Great, thank you so much. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right, are there any additions or corrections from our clerk this morning?
There are none.
There are none. All right. We can move right along to ceremonial resolutions. We have a couple ceremonial resolutions today, item number 2 and 3. Both will be presented. Is there any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez. All in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously, and we'll proceed with our presentations. Thanks.
All right. Where's the microphone? Here you go. All right. We got sound, everybody. Good morning. It is my honor to recognize a very special and dedicated group of individuals who made some amazing things happen here for the last several weeks. As we all know, the world was enjoying watching the many games of the World Cup, FIFA, and it ended, the game started in June and they ended on July 19th with the grand final game where Spain defeated Argentina 1-0. But through the several weeks, we had a group of individuals here in our community who organized to bring residents together to watch many games, whether they were the United States or whether they were Mexico or other competing countries. These individuals organized these watch parties here in our local community at the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. So I'm going to invite them all to come up. We have Jonathan Danda, the general manager, and some of the board members and staff. Come on up, everybody. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Good to see you, John. Thanks for being back here again. Well, these individuals here, they're being recognized for their vision and their work. They didn't have to do this, but before the game started, they got together and said, what can we do so that our community could enjoy these games in a safe place and with the many different types of varieties of activities and food. And obviously, there's a lot of ongoing activity there each and every day. So this resolution today that will be presented to each of them says we're adopting a resolution recognizing the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex FIFA World Cup watch party organizers for their outstanding service to the community during the free FIFA World Cup watch parties. The Salinas Regional Soccer Complex served as a gathering place for families from across Monterey County during a series of free FIFA World Cup watch parties that fostered community pride, cultural celebration, and unity through the world's most popular sport. These free community events were organized through the vision and leadership and dedication of Mayra Gomez, Edwin Hermosillo, Jonathan De Anda, Simon Dawkins, and Roberto Martinez. And of course, their dedicated board as well, at no cost to attendees. The organizers created an inclusive and welcoming environment where families from all backgrounds could come together to celebrate FIFA World Cup, strengthen community connections, and enjoy a safe, family-friendly atmosphere. And so, therefore, the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of all our residents, hereby recognizes and honors the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex FIFA World Cup watch party organizers for their outstanding leadership, vision, and dedication in providing free family FIFA World Cup watch parties that brought together residents from our county. The board extends its sincere appreciation for the commitment to fostering community engagement, celebrating cultural diversity, supporting local talent, and strengthening the sense of unity and belonging through our community. But more importantly, everybody, I want to just say, Mayor Donahue went, I stopped by, and hundreds of people came together. They brought their lawn chairs. You had a big screen out there, and it was a really lively event. In San Jose, they had San Pedro Square, but here in the Salinas Valley, we had the Salinas Regional Sports Complex, because you guys made these events happen. So we want to recognize by presenting these to you. If you could help me pass these out there. There you go. And there we go. And for sure, we'll get you one later, John. All right. So let's give them a round of applause for making amazing and beautiful things happen for the community. And I always say this, the soccer complex is my favorite place in the community, because if you go by there, especially on Saturday or Sunday, just go by Constitution Boulevard. As you go on East Laurel to Constitution, you will see from a kind of a bird's eye view, you'll see thousands of local children, families, grandparents, family members supporting their loved ones that are out there playing games out there. So for me, that's what Salinas is all about. We love soccer, but this is an investment in our future, and also an investment in all these other great activities that you make happen there. So I'm going to pass the mic to you to say some words, Jonathan.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, first of all, Supervisor Alejo. Really appreciate this. Again, this wouldn't have been possible without this amazing team that we have up here with our Board of Supervisors, with our Board of Directors, as well as our volunteers. I do want to extend a great thank you as well to the county staff. I know they were very supportive as well to get permits across the board. So really, it wouldn't have been possible. But ultimately, it's really up to the community, right? If the community didn't show up, none of this would have been possible. So again, we really want to thank all of our partners, our team, our community. We're now serving over 15,000 people on a weekly basis and continue to grow. So again, very much appreciated for everyone who made this possible. And we're looking forward to the 2027 Women's World Cup as well coming next year. And we hope to host some watch parties out there again next summer. So invite everybody to come out then. So thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
I just want to echo exactly what he said. Thank you to the community for showing up, for making it a safe environment, a safe place. We were honored to host all of you. And as I mentioned to many of you out there that were present, this is just the beginning. We are just getting started. Someone said, this actually feels like a city. And I was like, it is a city, and it's a great city, and the world will know that. So thank you all.
So, Supervisors, I'm new out there, as you know, but I'm at my 30-day mark as of today, and I have to tell you something. It is the most amazing complex that any community could put together for the people that live here, and it's for the entire region, as we all know. So I congratulate the Board of Supervisors. I thank you for your support. I thank the city of Salinas as well as those elected officials. It's really a special place, and as I tell the team, the sky's the limit out there, and we're going to really expand what we do out there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. You want to say some words about the music, the DJs?
Oh, definitely. Of course we can. It's all good. I'm here. I caught on to it. We just want to thank everyone. Harmony at Home had the pleasure of being part of this event. It was amazing seeing a lot of our community members out there and just connecting with them. The music was very fun. We had local bandas and grupos join us to play and contribute all of their music and talent for free. So we were able to create that atmosphere. And the most beautiful part of it was Salinas is okay with losing. We don't like losing, but we proved it. That even though when Mexico took the loss, we still had a really good time. Everybody stayed. The banda played for another 2 hours, and people danced and cheered. But it's not over yet. We'll see you guys next year, right? Next year for the Women's World Cup, and we look forward to making it even bigger in a bigger San Pedro Square style event. So thank you guys so much.
Yeah, I guess I'll just echo what everyone has said. It's amazing what soccer can do for a community. I think it brings together families, everyone in this community. So we look forward to hosting many, many more. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. And I want to just recognize Mayra, because she was one of the few Latinas that were in sports broadcasting for all her career. Salinas, born and raised here locally, and went off and was represented in that way, and now is giving back by helping out our soccer complex as well. So let's give them one more round of applause, and we'll take a photo.
All right, Dr. Montijo, if you join me. I have a resolution to present this morning to Dr. Sandra Montijo, the youngest of 4 children, born to farm-working families who had an incredible model set for her by her parents as they educated themselves and went on to become the vice president and a professor at local colleges. Sacramento sends us a lot of crazy things. Let's be honest, but one thing that wasn't crazy was Sandra Montijo. She was dedicated to serving families after doing a lot of her service in Northern California, specifically Yuba. She made a decision, and that's what life is. It's a series of decisions. And she committed herself to serving those farm-working families that she knew so much about from stories and histories of her own family. And she chose to serve Southern Monterey County for 30 years. 30 years. That's not just 3 decades. It's not just a number. It's a generation of kids born, cared for, and whose lives are infinitely better because of her service to us, her dedication to showing up day after day, year after year, to give them the strongest start possible and an incredible boost in life. I want to thank her for those 30 years of service to our community. It means so much that we wanted to make sure to pause our meeting today and present you with a resolution from the County Board of Supervisors honoring your dedication, your 30 years of service at Me Memorial. I know Clínica de Salud was the door that initially opened that brought you to Southern Monterey County, but no, we feel that dedication and we know how much you've done for us, and we're honored to recognize your retirement after 30 years of dedicated service. And I know that traveling the world with your husband has been a key milestone, and we look forward to hearing all about your continued adventures. But we want to thank your family as well for all of their dedicated sacrifice to us. So congratulations, Dr. Montijo, and thank you for what you've done for us.
I'm really proud and honored to be here, and I really appreciate this recognition. It's been a privilege to be here in the Salinas Valley. I raised 3 children that grew up with my patients and went to community things with them. I sat by my patients. I learned about them so much more and felt a part of this community all my life. I am ready for retirement. I've been retired 3 months and I love it. But this was my first time coming back, and I saw people at the store, saw people there, oh, doctor. And I really, really will never forget how much growth I had here and how many friends I made. I have a Me Memorial family for life. I have my Compass Church for life. I just have so many things. When I first arrived, I remember looking at Dr. Greenberg and Dr. Schindheim, who'd been at our clinic forever, and I thought, wow, they see their kids, their patients' kids, and they were my mentors. And by the time I left, I had 3 generations of patients, and I didn't think that was going to happen. But I really appreciate this honor and this recognition, and I will have Salinas in my heart forever.
Congratulations, Dr. Montijo.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to hand you this. I'll take the mic.
just send an echo of congratulations to Dr. Montego as you retire. Thank you for your service. All right, we have one appointment on today's calendar. Is that right? Was there only one? Okay, we have only one appointment on today's agenda. Is there any public comment on our appointments calendar? Seeing no public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Sure, we have a motion from Alejo, a second from Lopez. All in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously. Again, thank you to all of our volunteers for serving on our county boards and commissions. For consent agenda today, we have items number 15 through 26. Is there any public comment on any of our consent agenda items? I'm seeing no one in chambers. We have one hand raised online. JKSEN.
Yes, I'm sorry, and I might have clicked at the inopportune moment. I was looking for item number 6 on the agenda, just general public comment.
Oh, we'll be at that item just next, so hang tight 1 minute. All right, we'll call you next. All right, it can be confusing. All right, seeing no additional public comment, we're going to bring it back to the board to entertain any items to pull or discuss or a motion. Okay, we have a motion for consent items 15 through 26 from Alejo, a second from Daniels. All in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously, and we'll let the record show that Supervisor Church is with us now today. All right, now we'll move on to general public comments. We'll start in chambers with anyone for general public comments. This is for items that are not otherwise on the agenda, but are within the purview of this county board. And we do allow everyone the opportunity to make public comments up to 2 minutes. We have a timer up, and then a bell will ding, and then the microphone will shut off. So we do welcome you being here to share your testimony. Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Last week, there were dueling comments about homelessness in Salinas and how it's getting worse. In order to make any issue like homeless better, you have to want to make it better. And our current city council certainly lacks the interest in doing that. We have one very vocal council member. Last year, he came out and said that Salinas should not spend so much as $1 on homeless. That was followed a few weeks later by a lengthy, ignorant soliloquy where he gave his opinion of homeless people, which is, you've ever met homeless people, was very inaccurate. They were all drug addicts, things like that. You know, I lived in my car for a year. I had access to all the alcohol I wanted at work. Didn't touch it. Never had mental problems, anything like that. And maybe if that particular council member, who I realize is not here, would get out and learn what real life is like, it would benefit us all, because Salinas has serious problems. We need to deal with them and all that. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Thank you for considering referral 2026.18 this morning. At its core, this is a simple principle. For a contractor to have the privilege of doing work within this county, we just ask that they agree to what they've already stipulated to in contract to pay the prevailing wage for the area. UC Berkeley Labor Center recently found that 48% of California construction working families rely on at least one safety net program at a cost of $3.4 billion per year, and 26% of these families lacked any health care insurance. When contractors compete by driving down wages and benefits, those costs don't disappear. They're absorbed by the communities, the responsible contractors, and taxpayers in the area. Monterey would be joining San Jose, San Francisco, Berkeley, Mountain View, and other Bay Area communities having recently adopted similar policies. A current proposal is being drafted at the moment in Santa Cruz County this year as well. Thank you for engaging with the building trades and responsible contractors in this area and throughout the state in considering this policy. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Adolfo Ureno. I am a sheet metal worker with Local 104. I'm here to support reference 2026.18 and thank Supervisor Lopez and the county for working with the building trades and industry on this issue. Wage theft in construction is a serious problem. California research has documented on widespread misclassification and under the table employment, while a 2024 state auditor report found billions in annual wage theft. Responsible contractors should not have to compete against companies who lose bids are based on unpaid wages and worker exploitation. Communities including San Jose, Mountain View, Berkeley, and San Francisco have taken steps to address the issue. I urge the board to advance this referral and continue working with labor and responsible contractors to get it right. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Jacob Panovich. I'm the training coordinator for the Monterey and Santa Cruz County's Plumbers, Pipe, and Refrigeration Fitters Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee. So I'm very actively involved in apprenticeship for the building and construction trades. I'm here to speak in favor of the referral for Supervisor Lopez's request regarding the good contracting ordinance. Sadly, it's something that's very necessary in Monterey County. We see a lot of bad contractors and the same players over and over again. They don't just exploit vulnerable populations and pay less than the prevailing wage. They also provide really shoddy training to the apprentices. They are required by law for prevailing wage jobs to have a certain number of apprentice training hours. And unfortunately, when we send apprentices out to a lot of these contractors, the same ones over and over again, the quality of training suffers along with the quality of work for the rest of the employees. I think that there are laws in place designed to protect these things, but they need to be given some teeth. We need to see someone other than the same characters over and over again. There are a lot of good contractors out there, but it's hard to compete against the bottom of the barrel wages that these low road contractors supply. So hopefully when this comes back to you guys, you'll take a good hard look at it, and we'll see something to support the best contractors out there to provide the best quality of work and the best employment for their employees, best training for their apprentices. Thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jorge Garcia. I would do labor wage compliance for Local 62. I strongly support this good contractor ordinance. I strongly recommend it. I mean, keep this bad contractors out of this community. I mean, no one wants to go to work and, at the end of the week see your paycheck and it's not, what it's supposed to be, especially with all these new projects coming on, all these new public works, now and in the future that, the city's planning. Keep all these bad people out of the community. And, like I said, I strongly support it, and that's, thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. Appreciate that you're looking the best interest for the workers here in Monterey County. I got many members that live in this area and sadly need to commute to the Bay Area. With this ordinance, we're going to build with local hire, people that lives here, that's growing here, they got families here. So please just take a good look. I encourage for you guys to keep local people working here and to avoid the commute. Thank you.
Morning. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Jay Atencio. I do labor compliance for NCIC, cover kind of this area, as well as Santa Clara County, Monterey County, San Benito, and Santa Cruz. I'm here to speak in support of the wage theft ordinance because it's very important that public works are being done by good contractors. The problem is these contractors take the same scheme and move throughout communities. And this is the most proactive thing that the county can do to prevent these contractors from stealing wages from their workers. So again, I'd just like to offer support and encourage the county to be proactive and do the best thing they can to help protect workers in their community. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Sahar Elias, and I'm an intern with the Office of District 4 Supervisor Wendy Rudiskew and a political science student at Monterey Peninsula College. I am currently conducting an independent research project examining Monterey County's General Assistance Program. My goal is to better understand the experiences of GA recipients and determine whether the program adequately reflects the real financial challenges they face. GA is an important safety net for adults experiencing serious financial hardship. And because it is funded by the county, the board has an important role in determining how this program is structured and supported. As the board considers changes to GA, I encourage you to consider the lived experiences of people who rely on this assistance. A person may qualify for GA and still struggle to afford basic needs such as housing, food, healthcare, and utilities. If possible, I encourage the county to consider increasing funding for GA recipients so assistance better reflects the cost of basic needs. If additional funding is not immediately possible, another option could be an additional remote financial literacy course that recipients could access from a computer or a smartphone. This could provide practical tools for budgeting, managing expenses, and connecting people with other available resources. Most importantly, I believe policy decisions should consider both eligibility rules and the lived experiences of the people those rules are intended to serve. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And I'll just note that this is general public comment. We do have an item coming up shortly related to general assistance. So we'll accept that comment for that item today. Thank you.
Hello and good morning, board. Glenn, good morning. I wanted to come in here today and bring awareness to a problem we've had for too many years. I think Glenn and I have spoke about these issues before in the past. I've spoke to Judge Phillips, ex-Supervisor Phillips before in the past. In 2020, Castroville held 4 major cleanups in the community during COVID. I was in charge of organizing people. From my past experience in my childhood, I was able to bring that experience to my community and bring organization of about 20, 30, 40 people to come out to these organized events for cleanups. I wanted to sit back and watch everybody work and say how much they care about our communities, and it's time for those words to be taken into action. We need more than Public Works Office coming around our community. We need more maintenance done in our communities. I know I can speak for Castroville. I will speak for Pajaro. And those areas in North County, since we don't have a city, there's really nobody that overlooks anybody else. There's a big disconnect, and it's been going on for many years. And I asked the board that we find a resolution to be able to find those funds to be able to have a maintenance department or group of teams that can come into our communities and provide those services. We as a community shouldn't have to be doing a job that belongs to the government since we do pay taxes. We are more than welcome to provide the service of providing the people to be able to do this one more time. But I think it's only fair that the county takes over this project and continues to maintain our communities. There are potholes all over our community. It's terrible. I welcome every single one of you guys to come out and visit Castroville, and I'll give you a real ride-along. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in chambers today? Please.
Good morning, board, chair. It's 2020. 2 15-year-old girls go shopping, but not for flip-flops or jeans, for wedding gowns. We all know the story of young teens in love. We all know the stories of shotgun weddings, and we all know the stories of the single teenage moms being shuttled off to that school across town, you know, the one across the tracks where the troubled girls go. But these 2 girls are not marrying their high school sweethearts. They are marrying grown adult men. One is 7 years older, he's 22, the other 25, 10 years older than his child bride. Instead of facing an appropriate charge of statutory rape, these men and nearly 80 other adults, mostly men, from 2019 to 2025, have sought refuge under California's most insidious, shameful, and archaic law. It's okay to sleep with a child as long as you marry them. And marry them they do. An estimated 34,875 children have been married in California between 2000 and 2021, caged in a legally binding contract from which it is impossible to escape because, and here's the kicker, while there's no age minimum for marriage, there is a strangling minimum age required to sue for divorce. It's 18. In Florida, an 11-year-old girl had to marry her 20-year-old deacon after giving birth to their first child when she was just 10. Now, I know this isn't Florida, but no minimum age doesn't just mean 15, 16, 17. It means 14, 13, 11, 10. AB 1267 ends the no age minimum, thus ending child marriage bliss. Please encourage our senators and assembly members to vote yes.
Thank you. And if you'd like to leave behind any information or your contact information, we'll take that. Okay. Thank you. All right, anyone else in chambers for public comment? All right, we'll move online. We have a couple of hands raised online. We'll start with J.K. Axion.
Thank you for taking the time to hear me. I would like to note that over the past couple of years, the county staff and supervisors have put endless hours and effort into creating short-term rental ordinances governing short-term rentals and creating ordinances that are supposed to help us to eliminate bad actors in the community so that we don't have the nightmares of teenage parties, etc. One of the things that I would like to note is that apparently law enforcement is not properly armed with understanding and interpretation of how to enforce these ordinances. I think the California statute that is most helpful is Civil Code 1940B1. It specifically excludes qualifying transient occupancy from the residential landlord-tenant provisions when the occupancy is or would be subject to transient occupancy tax. Importantly, the statute refers not only to hotels and motels, but also to residences, clubs, or other facilities. And the second statute is California Penal Code 6020. It addresses trespass when someone refuses or fails to leave private property after being requested to leave by the owner, the owner's agent, or another person in a lawful position. It also specifically contemplates an owner or agent requesting assistance from a peace officer. So unfortunately, the sheriffs and highway patrol that are servicing this area are not up to date on these pieces, and we'd love for that communication to get to the sheriff's office and CHP that assist our community with these types of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Casey. Casey with the sheet metal workers. Got it.
Good morning, supervisors and chair. I'm here today to speak on the item that is being read today. I'm here in strong support of supervisors' referral and asking for the board to move this forward. Wage theft and misclassification and payroll fraud are a real problem. In construction, normally wage theft is estimated to cost workers as much as $50 billion a year. Based on population alone, Monterey County's share of that problem could be roughly $63 million annually. That money doesn't just disappear. From a worker's paycheck, it is money not being spent at local grocery stores, restaurants, small businesses, or on housing. It also puts responsible contractors at a disadvantage when they have to compete against companies that are cutting costs and breaking the law illegally. Immigrant workers are especially vulnerable to wage theft and misclassification. Many are afraid to come forward because of the retaliation, immigration's concern, or because they don't believe they will ever recover what is they are owed. And an enforcement number explains why. The California State Auditor found that claims are taking an average of 900 days to resolve. And even after going through that process, only 12% of workers using the Labor Commissioner's Judgment Enforcement Services recover all of the wages they are owed. That is why local control matters. We are not asking the county to replace the state. We are asking for basic standard. If you want to benefit from county construction dollars and the ability to work on private projects receiving county permits, you must be in good standing and pay your workers what they are legally owed. Where the other systems have failed to protect
Casey,
workers,
we're out of time.
the
Thank you
leadership of this county.
for your comments. And I'll just say, we always encourage anyone who has additional comments to email those to us at cob@countyofmonterey.com. All right, we'll go next to L. Big.
Good morning, Madam Chair, County Supervisors. This is for Mr. Leal. Mr. Leal, you had a couple of comments last time about the information I hear about the H2A building, which are incorrect. Mr. Leal, you never did have a actual meet with me in person. That is not true. You met one time with all of us in your chambers via email, whatever you want to call it, via intergalactical, whatever. You never met me in person. I've asked for a meeting with you several times. So, Mr. Lejo, tell the truth, please. Don't do that to yourself. First of all. Second of all, that building there was done with your knowledge, knowing. You act like you didn't know about it. It was given to you all of a sudden. No, you knew about it. I'm not sure if you or Mr. Chris Lopez were in charge at the time. We called both offices, never got a phone call back. And that door that they're using, that gate that comes out into Scornbrook Boulevard, is not supposed to be used daily. It is an emergency gate only, as stated in the stipulations of the actual building permit and information given. So, Mr. Alejo, don't do that. Don't start making up stuff that you've tried to meet with me. I'm the only one that complains. I'm the only one that has time to complain, Mr. Alejo. Everyone else has to work. I'm retired now. People have jobs, have to pay their bills. They can't be there at 10 o'clock in the morning to discuss things with you. And you won't meet with anybody. So I don't know how else to tell you, but Mr. Alejo, please do your due diligence, be respectful, be a community leader, be a person that we can look up to. Like I said, I'm not going to vote for you next time around because you're not transparent with me. You make up everything and you just want to make yourself look good. And you do a lot of photo op stuff. And I've never
Thank you.
posted
We are
anything
out of time. Thank you. We're going to go next to public comment with under iPad guest.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to express my desire, I think the public's desire to have public comment at 3 minutes. The majority of boards that meet still give 3 minutes, and the past few chairs have just kept it at 2 minutes, and I don't know if that's just some sort of agreement or whatnot, but you say that this is the county's, the people's chambers, and I think we deserve 3 minutes. Everyone wants it. Sometimes we don't use it, like today. Most of them didn't use the whole 2 minutes, but one person went over, two people went over 2 minutes. And besides that, I just want to, recognize that Watsonville Law Center opened yesterday. It was a good event, and thank Supervisor Church and for coming and other dignitaries that went. It was a great event. They do so much for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised for public comment, so we're going to go ahead and close general public comment. Move on to our next agenda item, which is to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resource Agency, letting the record show that all supervisors are present here. However, Supervisor Daniels and Lopez have stepped out briefly. Are there any additions or corrections on this agenda?
There are none.
All right. We have one item on consent. Is there any public comment on our Water Resource Agency consent item? Right. Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for action or discussion.
I'll move to approve.
We have a motion from Church, a second from Alejo. All in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously. We do have general public comments for the Water Resources Agency agenda. Is there any general comment, public comment for the Water Resources Agency agenda this morning? Seeing none, we will adjourn the the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We'll reconvene the Board of Supervisors, letting the agenda show that all supervisors are present. We have one scheduled item on our morning session today, and so we will invite our team from Social Services to present on some cost-saving reduction options to the General Assistance Program. Up. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Good morning, Chair Root Askew and the rest of the Board of Supervisors. Sorry. We're here to present on possible cost reductions to the General Assistance Program. And I have here with me Aaron McDougall. He's a program analyst for General Assistance. And I am Becky Cromer, Finance Manager for Social Services. We're going to discuss the program and the aid payments, our proposed cost-saving measures, and then we'll be seeking direction from the board.
All right, good morning to the chair and the other supervisors. So we are here to discuss the General Assistance Program. And then before we begin with the slides, I do just want to put it out there that the individuals that are receiving general assistance are generally individuals without children that are residing with them, so they don't have linkage into programs such as CalWorks, which would be more beneficial to them. So really, this general assistance program is kind of a last line of defense for our residents here in Monterey County. So for the federal fiscal year of 25, Monterey County aid for the general assistance program paid out was approximately $1.8 million. Now, we do have here a chart that breaks down these payments based on pay code. So for example, starting off, we have those residents that are declared temporarily disabled. So these are individuals that have seen a medical doctor that have provided us a medical report, and they have been declared disabled for less than 12 months. For these individuals in the federal fiscal year under review, we paid out approximately $725,000 in aid. For those, next we have those that are permanently disabled. So those have seen a medical provider and they have been determined to have a permanent disability, and they have provided verification to that to our branch. We paid out approximately $729,000 in the federal fiscal year under review. Next, we have employable. What this means is that these are employable individuals that did work at sites. So we have partnerships throughout the county with job sites where we can send our general assistance customers that they can work and gain job experience. And so for these individuals, we did pay out $190,000 in the federal fiscal year under review. Job search is an employable individual, but there could be a variety of reasons why they were unable to participate and work at a work site. So these individuals, they have to do what's called a job search. They look for employment, and they submit us verification that they have submitted applications. And we paid out to these individuals in the federal fiscal year under review $105,000. Then rounding it off, we have other general assistance, which is individuals that received aid under assistance program. They were time-expired refugees or time-expired refugees with the interim assistance. It says CAPI there. That stands for Cash Assistance Program for Immigrants. So these are individuals that are immigrants that applied for that program, and they're also requesting general assistance. And then we also have students or individuals that are participating in ESL. And under in the federal fiscal year that we under review, we paid out $54,000 to these individuals.
And I would add that the recipients of this program they do receive other benefits. They're eligible for Medi-Cal, and they also receive CalFresh of about $258 a month.
All right. So right now we're gonna go over the temporary disabled recipients. So currently right now there is no time limit. And what that means is that as long as they can provide us a medical report from a provider, a doctor, then they can continue receiving general assistance as long as they meet all other eligibility conditions. So temporarily disabled individuals, so as previously stated, received approximately $720,000 in aid during the review period. This aid was approximately 40% of the GA aid given in the fiscal year. So these individuals received aid in excess. So individuals that received aid in excess of 6 months was approximately 59% of the time. And then also they received the maximum aid payment of $340 a month, the supermajority of the time, really. So as you see here, the maximum aid payment right now in Monterey County is $340 a month. Our total cases in the fiscal year under review that received this pay code of temporary disabled was 296 cases. Of those 296 cases, 174 of them received aid in excess of 6 months. And so the expenditure or the aid that was given to these individuals that received aid in excess of 6 months was $573,000 approximately. So we do have an option, and at the end of the slide, I will also go over some of the other impacts that it can cause on our residents. So for temporary disabled recipients, one of the options that can be entertained is there could be a 6-month annual time limit implemented. So what that would do is it would provide savings of roughly $229,000 annually, but it would reduce the benefits to 6 months out of a 12-month period. What that means is that when the customer comes in and applies and they receive aid, they'd be eligible to receive 6 months of aid in a year's period of time. Once they receive that 6 months of benefits, they would be discontinued, and then they would then be ineligible for additional temporary additional general assistance under this pay code. And they would be able to reapply after that 12-month period had expired. Or they would also have the option of going to a provider again and seeking out a more permanent status for their disability. So again, we just have the numbers there, $340 maximum aid payment. I won't go over that again. What I will go over is the bottom of the chart. So if these same customers, so right now the expenditure was $573,000 approximately. If these same customers received 6 months of aid maximum out of that 12-month period, that expenditure would be reduced to $344,000. Now, as Becky did indicate, our general assistance customers are oftentimes receiving CalFresh and Medi-Cal. Now, if this was implemented, this could negatively impact their ability to receive those benefits. So as you know, H.R. 1, not only did it shift administrative costs to the state, which impacts the counties, it also changed requirements, specifically work requirements. So for general assistance, and I did confer with our CalFresh and medical analysts on this, for general assistance, when someone's determined temporarily disabled, it gives them an exemption for ABOD. That's an acronym for an able-bodied adult without dependents. And so that exemption allows them to continue to receive CalFresh, and it would be, they, as we look at Medi-Cal down the road, receive Medi-Cal. However, if this option was implemented, then there would be a gap in their coverage. And what I mean by that is that we no longer would be getting medical reports from these individuals indicating that they have a disability, whether a temporary disability, which means that exemption would go away, meaning that they would then have to be screened for exemptions for CalFresh and, of course, for Medi-Cal for these work requirements. And if they don't have an exemption, which more than likely they wouldn't, then they would be limited for CalFresh, for example, to 3 months of aid out of 36 months. So this option, yes, it would save the county money, but it would put our residents at a disadvantage, not only in the general assistance program, but also CalFresh and Medi-Cal. Another option that we have is reducing the time limit for employable individuals or those under the job search pay code. So currently there is already a time limit for these individuals. It's 6 months out of every 12 months. However, this option will look at limiting it even further. So it would actually implement a 3-month annual time limit option. So while this would reduce costs roughly approximately $64,000, and it would reduce benefits to 3 out of 12-month period, it would align us with the majority of counties in California that have this work experience program. And it would also allow more customers to gain work experience as the number of available slots for employable customers would increase. So there is a trade-off here. So right now, if an individual is participating in the work experience program, they can do it for 6 months. If we reduce this time limit down to 3 months, for the individuals that are participating at work sites, they lose approximately 50% of that experience that they have been receiving at the work sites. On the flip side, we are limited in the number of sites and positions available that we can send our customers to. So it would open up the door to some of these individuals to get work experience that are right now kept out just due to the limited number of work sites that we have. So for the period under review, we had total cases. We had about 288 cases. So of these cases, 105 of them received a grant in excess of 3 months. So the total expenditures for the fiscal year under review for the employable and the job search individuals was approximately $249,000. And for those that received aid in excess of 3 months, it was approximately $161,000. And so if we implemented that the 3-month time limit, so if we reduced it from 6 months down to 3 months, that expenditure would have dropped to approximately $97,000. And so that would reduce the cost to approximately $64,000.
It would be a savings of $6,000.
Yeah, a savings, yeah. So we do have some other grant reduction options. So currently right now as it stands, the current grant aid amount is $340 maximum each month that an individual can receive with the General Assistance Program. Implementing a grant reduction option would impact the grant recipients financially, and it would also allow flexibility in combining this reduction with a program time limit reduction. So currently right now, there were 3 options here. So we did a minimal grant reduction of $12 to the maximum grant, which would reduce it down to $328 for a savings of approximately $59,000. If we upped it to a $50 grant reduction, it would revise that maximum grant aid payment down to $290 a month for a savings of approximately $246,000 annually. And then, of course, there's the $62 grant reduction, which revises that grant aid payment down to $278 a month. And that would save approximately $304,000 annually.
And I would mention that the second grant reduction of going down to $290 would actually put us even lower than where we were at back in 2017 when the board had increased the benefit amount. I think it was at $297 or $298. And the last option on this, $62, the department does not recommend either because it really brings them down too low.
So we did want to show some county comparisons. Now we didn't provide all the data for all 58 counties. That would be excessively large. However, we did pull our comparison counties, and we did pull some of the larger non-comparison counties. So the charts below, again, this pertains to those that are residents that are employable. So again, meaning they're assigned to work hours at our local sites, or those that were job search. So they were employable, but for whatever reason, they're unable to work at a job site. So on the left side, that's our comparison county chart. And so as you can see, we're highlighted in blue there. So our payment of $340, it's quite comparable right now to the other counties. Now there are some counties that are much higher in their payments, such as Santa Cruz and San Mateo. If you look at the months allowed for employable and job search, we currently have a time limit of 6 months out of every 12 months. Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, San Mateo have very robust work experience programs. They're indefinite as long as their customers meet the requirements for their programs. And then all the other counties have a 3-month allowable or a 3-month limit. If you look at the non-comparison counties, we're in the same ballpark, maybe a little bit higher than some of them for the maximum aid, maximum grant amount. But all of them, except for LA County, only they have a 3-month time limit. And again, the data would have been very large if all 58 counties were included, but the supermajority of counties in California have a 3-month time limit for their work experience program.
So currently we have a budget shortfall of about $300,000 for the General Assistance Program. And so we're here to seek guidance from the board on how to mitigate the budget shortfall. So we have laid out some various options, and we would like guidance on choosing one of those options. So starting off with option A, this is an option where it does not reduce any of the grant aid, but it's really focused on modifying the program on time limits, where it would impact the 6-month annual time limit for temporary disabled, and also bringing down the employable recipients from a 6-month down to a 3-month annual time limit. And that would provide approximate savings of about $310,000. Option B is where we would implement a combination of a 3-month annual time limit for the non-disabled employable recipients, but then to get up to that $300,000 mark, it would require a $50 grant reduction, which would provide then approximate savings of about $310,000. Option C is where we would take the other time limit of the temporary disabled and bring that down from a 12-month to a 6-month. And then to get us up to $300,000, we would have to reduce the grant by $12 a month for a savings of approximately $304,000. Option D is where you just entertain a straight grant reduction of $62. That would bring them down from $340 down to $278. Again, this is not an option that the department really recommends. That brings them down even lower than where we were at back in 2017. Option E is no modification to the program whatsoever, and then the board would cover this shortfall with general fund. So with that, we are open to your questions.
Okay, we'll start with Supervisor Church.
Could you explain for me the process on how somebody goes on temporary disability and gets off?
Yes, absolutely. So when an individual comes in and applies, or it could be they were already a recipient and they were working, but then they just don't believe that they can continue working. So we advise them of this, of the temporary disability status and the permanent disability status. And then what we do is we offer to set them up with an appointment with doctors on duty to see a medical provider. And then that medical provider will then meet with them, review them, and we give them a form to complete. And it's a medical report form. And so that doctor will then input all the information on there, the necessary codes, and indicate the length of the disability as well, if it's temporary or permanent. The customer then gets that form and brings it to us, and then we determine their pay code based on the information on that form. Now, for example, for temporary disability, it can be anywhere from a month up to 12 months, right? And so let's say a customer comes in, they went through the process, the doctor determined them to be temporarily disabled for 3 months. Well, prior to that third month, our staff will then follow up with the customer to see if they still believe they're temporarily disabled or if they would like to participate in the work experience program. If that customer indicates they believe they are still temporarily disabled, they are set up with another appointment and they go through that process again. And so as long as we continue to get that medical report form from a provider, we will continue them in that disability status.
So if somebody gets a 6-month disability, then we go back and do that, and then they get a 3-month extension or whatever the period is allowed at that point?
That is correct. We would then extend their benefits as long as they meet all other conditions of eligibility for a minimum of that 3 months. And I will say they generally almost always do meet the conditions of eligibility.
Okay. I didn't have comments, but that's the only questions I have right now.
Questions, Supervisor Daniels?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the key drivers of this shortfall. And is it the duration of aid, or is it the increase in caseload growth? And if you could also just elaborate more on the increase in caseload growth and what the reasons are for that, that would be very helpful.
So we have had a caseload increase since 2014. The program has continuing to grow, and every year we've had to come back to increase our budget toward the end of the fiscal year based upon the benefits we paid out. And because this program has been in an upward trend, we're conscious of, the tight budget dollars. And so when we built the budget, we did have a shortfall of $300,000. And we had informed the board that we were going to come up with, options to maybe reduce the cost of the program. And so we did go to Budget Committee back in May, and these were the various options that we could come up with that would reduce the expenditures in the program. And based upon the action for today, whatever direction the board provides us, if it's something that's changing the program, we will have to go back and redo our program and come back to the board with a resolution for the board to authorize and approve, because this is a county program.
I guess where I'm going with the question then is understanding, if there's any benefit to covering the GA shortfall now and then allowing for some time to pursue some of these changes you're presenting, if that would be helpful, and what type of structural long-term fixes would be the best ones. And then you did cover that in the various options, but is there any benefit to allowing for that time for the county to sort of pursue the root causes and at this point maintain the safety net as it exists today?
So the budget shortfall will be there. If we don't make any changes to the program year after year, it's going to be there. This is, as you indicated, this is one of our most vulnerable populations. And a majority of them, I think, are even homeless. And so, you know, these were hard options for the department to bring forward. But it's going to be an ongoing issue unless we modify the program.
So, for example, though, I see this, you know, when you showed the slide that showed where we sit with the other counties, and I believe that was the 3-month time limit for non-disabled employable recipients. And then you did have that coupled with a grant reduction. But I'm just wondering if you had some more time, there could be a combination of things that could be looked at without the grant reduction. And so I'm just, that's where I am right now, just thinking about this. If there is any way to allow for the board to look at ways we might cover the shortfall and then sort of pursue the structural fix that the program needs without harming any individuals immediately or today.
Yeah, and option A does not impact the grant aid, but it does have the potential impact to their other benefits.
We don't want to do that.
Right. And we don't know what's coming down the pike with Medi-Cal. There are changes to work requirements. And so, yeah.
Thank you.
If I can also just add, these options also would impact our customers' ability. I know it was brought up, I brought it up just briefly, but right now, these specifically, like these disabled individuals, they have that ABOT exemption. If we implement these reductions in time for these individuals, then they're going to lose that exemption, and then that's going to impact their ability to get CalFresh. Likely, it's going to impact their ability to get Medi-Cal. So even though we're looking at the general assistance program for these changes, it's going to impact their ability to receive benefits for the other programs, which is detrimental because it's everything that the little bit that they have been able to get will be essentially pulled away. Now, I will say, I know that we revived the Esperanza program, but it's very limited in what we can do and how many individuals we can serve. And so the impact from changes to the GA program will ripple throughout the other programs for these individuals.
Yeah, the only question I had is, I didn't see it in the memo, is what did the budget committee recommend out of these different options? It's been 3 months now since we took this up.
So the budget committee did not decide on options. When we took it to
that's right.
the budget committee, we didn't bundle the options. We laid it out, you know, for each saving for the different types. And so this time when we brought it to the board, we bundled to show the variety of options. But yeah, the supervisors did not make a recommendation. They wanted to bring it to the full board for all of you to review and determine.
Thanks for refreshing my memory. And you said there's been an increase in enrollees into base general assistance. What percentage of increase has that been from the prior year? Do you know?
I want to say it's around. I want to say it could have been around 15%. I could just go back to that and send you an update on it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. So I guess the biggest question that I have is related, well, a whole bunch of things, but related to the total, like the funding that we have for general assistance. So when we're saying that it's $300,000 over budget, what is the source of funding for the total expenditure, which I don't have?
The budget whatever's set in the budget, we're about 300,000 short of what we need.
No, I understand that. And the $1.8 million, what is the source of funding for that $1.8 million?
County General Fund.
County General
It's a 100% county funded program.
Right. So when we talk about County General Fund, what was approved in the budget in June was what 1.8 million less 300,000. Whereas we could have approved 1.8 million as part of our budget. Was there a reason that the full 1.8 million wasn't requested as part of the budget process?
Yes, we were on the track to reduce the cost of the program. And so we did not bring it in front of the board with an augmentation.
Okay, so thank you for that. And I guess my questions really tie back to the comment that I'll just make right now, which is when we look at our demographic of who's receiving county general assistance, and we look at the nexus to how it connects them to other services and county, whether it's a direct public assistance program like SNAP or Medi-Cal, or it's having access to someone in the county who's saying, oh, actually, you qualify. Have you been over to Military and Veterans Affairs? Have you been over to Salvation Army? Like having that connection, I think, is a critical one that's fundamental to our ability to provide public safety, to provide like the most basic of safety nets. So on a fundamental philosophical basis, I'm really struggling with not funding our general assistance at the full cost. I think it's something that in the context of a $2.3 billion budget, it's the least of what we should be prioritizing in terms of how we balance our overall budget. The number of general fund requests that show up to us on a weekly basis are significant and in no way have the substantial impact that like a small $15 general assistance payment would have on the individuals who are receiving that. So I'm just struggling with like why we're having this conversation in the first place to talk about cuts, and why this wasn't part of why this wasn't part of like who we are as a county is we're committed to making sure that this particular program is fully funded, at least at the basic level that we've got it proceeding at. So I think just my questions are related to like what's the funding, how does this program compare to other programs that we're spending general fund money on, what are the outside costs of cutting this program, who loses connection to a variety of other benefits and services. And for me, when I weigh those cost benefits, it's not one that I'm interested in losing the benefits of having people connected to services. So those are my questions and general comment. Through the CAO, did you have I
think when we worked on the budget, there was a request, and working with the department, we knew that they would be returning. And if you could just remind us, I think from my recollection, did we have a solid number at the time, or were we still trying to determine what the impact was going to be? Because I seem to recall that we did have a discussion, and it was something that we needed to come back on because we were not solid on that. Otherwise, was it an augmentation request that was made, but we wanted to hold steady because we didn't know the full impact potentially?
Well, we don't always know what the full impact is going to be. And like right now, we only got 1 month's worth of data into the current year. I think when we built the budget based upon the data forecasts that we had at the time, it was a 300,000 budget shortfall that's being forecasted. And I may have to refer to Director Franks on, I just believe that we thought that because it kept increasing that we wanted to come up with a way to try to get the program to plateau a little bit and with those costs. But, we can definitely, as we have more data under our belts, like at mid-year or something, if the board decides option E, we can try to fine-tune that to even come back and like March, where we have a lot more data to know what our true budget shortfall will be. It could be, you know, 275,000, or it could be 325,000 at that point. But, you know, it is a benefit program, and so those things fluctuate on the caseload, and that's my best answer.
Thank you, Becky. Chair Rudascu, supervisors, if I might join in. Roderick Franks, Director of Social Services. So what Becky and Aaron are talking about is really correct. This is a program that year after year, we've either had to come back for a budget addition midway through the year, or we've brought forward in our budget an augmentation request to cover the program. That's just really based on our best guess of where we think the program is going to go. We don't ever really know for sure until we get to the end of the year and when the numbers really come in. But what we have seen is an increase in the case growth of this program over time. And then the corresponding costs associated with that program rise in correspondence to the case growth. And so really understanding that the county as a whole is really looking at budget pressures from every direction. Is this the point in time where we should actually consider or take a look at what is the program, who are the recipients, what are the dollar amounts that we're receiving, how does it really work, and to make sure that you as decision makers had all that information available to you in the instance that you wish to make some modifications to the program.
Just one more comment. I think as your board considers this, we are in August, and the board adopted a budget in July. If possible, no change to the program at this point, but then perhaps looking at it as part of the end of the year report would be just to make sure that we have just a little more history, but also potentially other resources that we can use beyond the contingency dollars.
Yeah, you're looking at something like this. This is helping the most defenseless, the most powerless people, the most vulnerable people in a county. If we can't find a way to help them, I don't know what we're doing. I mean, if there's a need there, we have, this great, at this level, we have to find a way to respond. And I don't know, I know we're in tough financial times and everything and trying to make things work, but I mean, this just seems like one of those basic things we should be doing, because it gives a few dollars to the people who really need it, and it really helps. It's direct payments to people who know exactly what they need, and it's not like $340. It means they're going to go out and spend it on a new TV. I mean, this is. I don't even know how you live on a $340, but I know there's some other benefits that come with it too, which help out. I mean, if anything, I look at this, we got to find a way to make it to expand it if the need is greater there. It's not now is not the time to cut back. Now is the time to double down, and somehow, in some way. And I mean, particularly when I look at the temporary disabled, to some ideas of limiting that when these are not people that have any means of going out in a way to find a job, and but all these people are in need, and it's not that many people. There's a lot more than that. I think we know that. So I'd like us to I want to if we need 300,000. We add 300,000 to this now to get this going. I think we do need to come back and reevaluate it. I need to see what are some ideas, frankly, not on cutting it back, but how to strengthen it.
I think my only question is about, I know at some point there's a process where things get audited, reviewed. And so as we look forward, understanding what the trend is given this new data set, I just want to make sure we appropriately budget it moving forward. And that's my key concern in this, is not getting caught in this position again I agree that relative to our overall budget, it's a small amount. I don't know that I'm in a double down position per Supervisor Church, but I am in a wanting to make sure that the most vulnerable don't fall through the gaps, and how we train our staff as this being the right bucket to put folks in, I think is a question that we just should ask here from the dais and make sure that that's been reviewed and looked at, right, to make sure that the folks are, this question that was asked earlier about temporary versus non-temporary versus what's in between, and what does the statute that we're using under, is it 17,000 to allow for this? Are we appropriately using it in this frame? I just don't want to put us in a position where we're creating an unnecessary gap if there's other lines that could be used to cover this. And so just reviewing that and being sure of that would put my mind at ease, and I think it's just something that should be put out there. But for who we're taking care of, for the amount of 300,000, I'm fine doing it now or waiting till the end of the year for a true up, but I think we're going to do it either way, in my mind, looking at what the options are and the difference of 70,000 between the options, roughly A, B to E. But in the end, I think to me, E was the better overall. It's just a question of whether we choose to do it now or at the end of the year. But regardless, these are folks we want to cover. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to thank staff for coming forward, because you're doing your job. You know, these are tough decisions to be made, and your job is to look at and analyze a program and then bring recommendations. And if it's up to the board to continue funding it at this level, then it's this board's decision to be made. But your memo did contain the data of what I was asking for earlier. Going back to 23-24 fiscal year, the cost of this program has increased 56%. That's significant. It over doubled in 4 years. And just, again, since last year, you guys said you guys are analyzing it going up an additional 12% increase. So those are real concerns from a programmatic standpoint, administrative standpoint, and Roderick, director, is standing there. Something's happening here that should have us concerned, and it's not like money is infinite. A lot of other programs that the county runs, costs are also increasing, and so at some point we're eating, even before the year starts, we're eating into all our contingencies, general fund, and it's the board's will to do that or not. But at some point, we're going to be draining all our resources earlier in the year and not leaving much for when other needs arise later in the year or when an emergency were to arise. So I appreciate you bringing these recommendations. We all recognize that we are talking about the most vulnerable in our communities. But at a certain point, when a program is doubling in cost, even if it's an overall small amount, when you look at the entire county budget, there is something to be said about what's happening with this program, and whether we could continue to see the dramatic increases that we've been seeing in the last 4 years. I know that the general assistance program was under some litigation when I first came in as a supervisor. I think California Rural Legal Assistance had some issues the way it was run. That got resolved. But now it's just the significant increase that we continue to see year after year. And at a certain point, whether we could just keep absorbing it or whether we got to make some changes in the formula here. Thank you.
Chair, ask you,
yeah, please.
Supervisor Leo, if I may add, we saw a significant increase during the pandemic years, and we had made some assumption that at the resolution of the pandemic, we would begin to see a downward trend in the caseload growth. Unfortunately, that's not what we've seen. As you've indicated, just last year, case growth grew by over 12%. And so we're trying to understand what the root causes are out in the community that are still causing the caseload rise to grow. We certainly are understanding the economic pressures, the pressures on housing, and the costs associated, but we don't have any definitive data on what is actually causing the caseload growth post-pandemic.
All right, let's open this up to public comment.
name is Eric Peterson. One thing I didn't hear was in this very dark cloud, one slight silver lining is at least the money gets spent in our community. The local grocery store, 7-Eleven, whatever, because nobody's going to be able to afford to leave our community. But the more I listened, for a program such as this to exist in this form, $11 a day, in the wealthiest country in world history is simply appalling. This needs funding, really serious funding. Thank you.
I'm not seeing anyone else in Chambers approach, so we'll go online. We have a call-in user number 1.
Hello, this is Gord Alderson, and on welfare. We didn't need no welfare state. Everybody move this way. That's from All in the Family, and we need to cut more welfare benefits because people who abuse welfare. You ever hear the Chicago welfare queen? Also, trannies use welfare, and I hate those transsexual freaks. They beat our women in sports. They beat them in jail. They beat them in bathrooms. We need to stop trannies and also dirty niggers.
All right, we are moving on to, we don't have any other public comment, so we're going to close public comment. And I'll just reiterate our board policy on public comment is to asking for shared respect while all people are providing their testimony. So thank you. Okay, so bringing this back to the board, I will just make a few more comments. We don't have folks present in the audience, but I did have a chance to spend some time with the Masters of Social Work program at CSUMB earlier this year. Many of the students getting their masters are currently serving our community in that field. And one of the themes in everyone's presentation really came back to the needs of the population that receives general assistance. And a couple of the presentations really actually highlighted a proposal to increase general assistance, citing the significant impact that would have on making sure that people have the most basic safety nets to provide for themselves. So I can only imagine the conversation or the feedback that would be provided from our social workers and social workers in training if they were to be aware of the conversation we were having here today. But the piece that's not included in the presentation really is the impact that these very small amount of dollars has on the quality of life for these individuals and the people around them and our service providers. So from where I sit, I think we need to, as a county, recognize that this need will only increase as we see the impact of other decisions that have been made at the federal level. We know that we have thousands of people falling off of Medi-Cal. We know that we have thousands of people who are being impacted by the loss of other public assistance programs and the economic fallout that comes with all of that. So if I'm looking at the data that we see coming at us, I anticipate that our enrollment will only grow in future years. But from where I sit, that doesn't mean that we hold an arbitrary total dollar figure as the goal to achieve. I think our goal, my goal as an elected leader of this community, is to make sure the county has a robust safety net and that safety net is available for everyone who needs it when they need it, and that part of that safety net is helping people connect to other resources, which is what our general assistance program literally does. And if that means that we're spending general fund dollars on that very, very specific and necessary goal, I think it's where general fund dollars should be spent. So my ask would be is that we make sure that moving forward, we're allocating the necessary amount of general fund dollars to fund general assistance program, at least as it's currently designed. If we were going to look at anything, I'm supportive of my colleague Supervisor Church in saying, like, are we really meeting the needs of folks, and what more do we need to be doing to make sure this particular population has the most basic of resources available. Any other discussion or direction that we'd like to give? I'm looking for direction.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if, obviously, I think we all sound very much on the same page covering the GA shortfall now. But anything that can be pursued would be direction. I would be interested in looking at the increases that we talked about in services and maybe there's even expanding the employment pathways or something like that that could be helpful. I know you probably do this already, but if there's anything we can do looking into that, looking into how we can engage in some state level advocacy to support these programs. I mean, I know these are all things that are done, but it would be important to both maintain the safety net today, but also, do some forward-thinking analysis so we're ensuring the fiscal stability for the future as well.
Supervisor Jones, to that point, would referring this for further discussion at the 4-H committee be something that would be one way to continue that deeper dive?
If that's something you just said, I want to say I've got timber fire on my brain. Sorry. And if that was part of a motion. It wasn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was
yes.
just suggesting that could be.
Would love that. That would be appropriate location that I would be happy to have that conversation.
Supervisor Lopez, or sorry, Alejo.
I was just going to say, though, that general assistance is an unfunded mandate, right? It might be in the Welfare and Institutions Code, but do we get any state funding to pay for that expense? None, right? You're shaking your heads. Just so we know, this is one of those, it's in code. It's requiring by law to have some type of general assistance program. It doesn't specifically state what parameters, what amount that is left for counties to figure out on our own based on what we can afford to pay. So that's why you see it so different all over the state. But that's why this is one of those issues you could advocate in Sacramento, but they're not going to show you any love on this because this is one of those that they just expect local governments to somehow figure out how they're going to pay for that cost. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and throw a motion out if I don't see anyone else jumping to the microphone. So we'll, I hear consensus around option E, which is to make no modifications to the program. And to request the general fund cover the shortfall of $300,000 through contingencies. I'll add referring further discussion about this program to the 4-H committee and direction to our CAO and social service team to continue researching and looking for additional or alternative funding sources to the general fund. Did I capture everything? Okay.
So I'll second it.
Okay, so it's a motion and a second. Was the motion clear? Okay. All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously. And we'll just give it a lot of appreciation to our social services team who are on the front lines every single day, having to tell people this is the limited amount of services that we can provide, and there are big gaps that still exist around and for our residents. But you've got really challenging work, and we just want to give some appreciation to the team members, county workers who are the ones having to deliver that news to people, and it's a really challenging space to work. So we see you and we recognize you, and we really appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we are going to recess for lunch, and it's 12:14. We'll be back here at 1:30. The board will be recessing into closed session for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30. Okay, we are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting of August 11th, letting the roll call show that all supervisors are present today. Supervisor Lopez stepped away briefly for a call, but we'll be back shortly. Let's have our Spanish interpretation announcement from Diego Cielis.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We have our couple scheduled items for this afternoon. We'll start with item number 8 to receive an updated presentation on the countywide facilities master plan.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Rude Askew and members of the Board of Supervisors. Florence Kabwasa Green, Chief of Facilities. And with me here is John Snively, who is our Operations Manager, and also in the audience is our Director, Randy Ishii, and our Assistant Director, Lindsay Larrable. So today we are back. This is workshop number 2 for the Facility Master Plan. If you recall, we did the first workshop in January of 2026. And what we want to do today is provide you an update presentation on the development of the countywide Facility Master Plan. We went back and took the input that we received from you from the first workshop, worked with Gensler, who is the consultant that we have on board to assist the county with the Facility Master Plan, to incorporate that feedback, which included also having conversations with members of the Board of Supervisors as well as department heads. Again, just want to emphasize that this second workshop is really intended to review key decision points that Gensler needs in order to move forward to finalize the Facility Master Plan. So with that, I'm just going to pass it on to John in case he wants to give a little bit more background, and then after that, we'll have Gensler go ahead and do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence. John Snively, Administrative Operations Manager with Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. There are many elements that go into a facility master plan. You have to set your priorities. You have to determine which of those, which elements of that vision that you want to map out in terms of time. You have to determine financing. Many pieces to this puzzle. Today, we're looking to focus on one piece of that puzzle, the foundation piece, really, which is what is the Board of Supervisors' vision for key locations around the county. That vision, that unified vision that we hope the board will arrive at today will then lead to those future conversations about which sites to address first in terms of priority, what funding mechanisms the board would like to look at in order to implement that vision. But before we get there, we need to have that vision solidified so that our consultant Gensler can provide us with a document which we can now reference going forward for both our facility maintenance teams in terms of priority locations that they're looking at to implement key projects, for our capital projects team as they look to implement the CIP. Many county staff will be looking at this document as they begin to move forward in the coming years. And so again, today we want to review the decisions that the board has already made, have Gensler review for you a couple of key decision points that still need some clarification, and we hope at the end of this we'll have a document that may not have all the answers, but will set forth the vision for what the county facilities will look like 20 years from now. We'll deal with how we get there in future conversations. Just by way of review, the last county facility master plan was done in 2001. And as a result of that master planning effort, we now have the 168 West Alisal Government Center that we are sitting in today. We have the refurbished and renovated 142 West Alisal Courthouse across the street, across the way here. We had the transition from Alisal Public Works Yard into Laurel Yard, which for 20 years has served its purpose. This is actually one of the key decision points that the board will have to look at today as we determine what the vision is for that site going into the next 20 years. We also have the Schilling campus purchase and renovation, which came out of the 2001 master planning effort. So many of the key county facilities that we recognize and use today are a result of that master planning effort. And we're hoping that as a result of this master planning effort, when we look back in 2046, we'll be able to see some of this vision implemented at that time. So with those opening remarks, I'd like to turn it over to our consultant, Gensler and Xuen, who will begin our presentation, followed by a board discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'll share my screen for the presentation. All right. So I'm Xuen. I am with Gensler. Just a quick reminder, I think my colleague Paul Nasky and Lindsay Salazar, they are also currently in the call. Can you please promote them to the panelists so they can also join the discussion? Thank you. So that's Paul Nasky and Lindsay Salazar. So I'll continue with our presentation today. We also have Aaron Gurren and Andrew Rashford on the line, who are our consultants looking at the financial analysis side of it. So if there's any questions come up regarding financials and funding strategies, they will be available to answer questions.
Great, I'm in, Xuen.
Oh, Paul. Thank you. Would you like to continue with just the opening?
Yeah, from here. Good afternoon, Chair Rudascu, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. Paul Nansky with Gensler. I'm just going to do a little bit of preamble. John and Florence kind of did most of this, but today we're just going to do a very, very quick recap of kind of where we've been, what the master plan is about, just to refresh memories. Xuen's going to walk you through the planning options, kind of focusing on the ones that still need some decisions made. A lot of the decisions have already been made in previous discussions with you and others at the county, but there are still a few outstanding tidbits that need to be wrapped up. We can have a conversation about the funding strategy. I don't know that any decision about funding is going to necessarily be made in this meeting, but just to make you aware of the options that are out there. And then we'll close with some next steps. So just as a quick recap, we started this process way back in October 2024. Spent the first, basically through the end of that calendar year, kind of collecting a lot of data, doing a lot of research, user research activities to collect a bunch of data to help inform our analysis, which began at the beginning of 2025, kind of carried on through the first quarter or so of that year. We then launched into developing options and kind of several iterations of options that we went through with lots of input from the steering committee. Eventually, we got before the CIC, presented our options to them towards the end of last year. And then members of the board, we were in front of you again in mid-January, or for the first time in mid-January, to present those options. Had some one-on-one feedback and then some more feedback from departments, and now here we are again today to hopefully put a stamp on everything that we've done. So to that end, the goals today is we're just going to, again, focus on feedback that we received since our last meeting on January 13th. We have incorporated all the feedback that you've given us. We've noted that in the draft that you have. Once we do that, we'll kind of go through the planning options or regions again, just at a high level, since you've heard and seen this information before. And then talk a little bit more about what the path forward looks like for you in Monterey County. Xuen?
Yeah. A quick recap. We looked at facilities across Salinas Peninsula, North and South County. In the last meeting, there was a question on why certain facilities were not included in the facility master plan. So on this slide, we've clarified some of the reasons for exclusion. And again, we established these guiding principles and key objectives for the plan. And this is what's really driving all of our recommendations. Just for example, like under one of our objectives under facilities is to address blighted or underutilized facilities, and that direct directly informed our recommendations on property like the old jail or the 1220 Natividad. So moving on to planning options, looking across all these major facilities in Salinas and the peninsula, we have a pretty clear direction for the LSL Government Center and the 1000 South Main. There are still some pending decisions to be made on Laurel Yard, which also affects Schilling campus. So we'll spend a little bit more time on that today. We've discussed properties around Natividad Road, and we'll also clarify a few questions we received. For the key facilities around the peninsula area, 1220 Aguajiro, 2620 First Avenue, 1281 Broadway, we also think we received fairly clear feedback on those, and we'll just do a quick recap. So the way we organize these individual facilities slides, so start with key findings, and then summarize the feedback we received from the board and the department leadership, and then show our refined options here. Starting with LSL Government Center, the key recommendation are reconfiguring the second floor to improve space utilization, addressing the parking issues through a phased strategy, and revitalizing the old jail. For 1000 South Main, the county is already in the process of acquiring this property. So after that is completed, we'll move forward with renovation and facility improvement to support the social services long-term space needs. The biggest remaining question in Salinas is Laurel Yard. Last time, we presented an option to partially relocate Laurel Yard functions to Schilling Place. But in this scenario, we've heard increasing concerns over the traffic condition at Schilling. So expansion feasibilities will require some traffic improvement and site access upgrades. So alternatively, the second option we wanted to show here is a full relocation of Laurel Yard through property acquisition. Since we've kind of examined all the available sites across the county, there's no other county-owned sites that can fully support Laurel relocation, so we will need to be looking for a property acquisition. This is to give you an idea of the scale of Laurel. So on the left side of the slide, we're showing the amount of space currently allocated to different departments at Laurel Yard. And a one-to-one replacement would require approximately 79,000 square feet on a 10-acre site. On the right is an example property which was available on the market. We need to check whether it is still available, but the idea is that the area around Salinas Airport appears to be a good fit from an operational perspective. It is more compatible with industrial use. It has good highway and regional access. So if we're looking for a full consolidation of Laurel through acquisition, we'll kind of keep an eye on good opportunities that's going to be popping up on the market. And we'll be looking to from the board today on the directions on which approach is preferred. Is it partially consolidate Laurel at Schilling, utilizing county property, or looking for additional acquisition for a full relocation of Laurel Yard? And that decision will also help to determine kind of the long-term role of Schilling Place. So if Laurel Yard functions move to Schilling, then we would likely need to have a more substantial expansion and access improvements over at the site. If Laurel Yard is relocated somewhere else, then Schilling could have a more kind of moderately renovated. It could accommodate Department of Emergency Management's relocation from Natividad and maintain some of the capacity for future growth. So moving on to Natividad Road properties. For 1220 Natividad, our recommendation is to pursue an interim ground lease while maintaining county ownership. There were also some questions from the board about potential sheriff expansion needs in this area. We've followed up with Sheriff Department and verified their projected space needs. There are, in the appendix, there is additional information related to Sheriff Department's space request. Moving over to the Peninsula area, for 1200 Acogido, the direction is to move forward with repurposing the property for housing. And then for 1281 Broadway, the board adopted option 4 in January, which is to construct a new building on the same site. So for both of these properties, we feel that we have enough clarity to move forward with the final plan. So moving on to the South County, our main focus in this region is around county properties in King City. So at 1011 Broadway, we are recommending that the county develop a broader master plan for the site. We're recommending pursuing the acquisition of the middle parcel, which could help create a more integrated South County regional campus. At 522 North 2nd Street, we can recommend clearing the site and repurposing it for housing. We're also looking at opportunities to support community resiliency in some of the smaller communities in South County. So that includes using existing libraries in Bradley and San Ardo, as well as some of the acquired properties in San Lucas for potential locations for those resiliency centers. So for North County, one of the key piece of feedback we received was to think beyond kind of today's needs and really consider a 20-year outlook. So the board asked us to look at opportunities to co-locate complementary services. In the plan, we also kind of identified an opportunity to develop a North County regional campus, similarly to what we're going to plan for the South County. But at this point, we're not really recommending a specific site. The idea is to establish this as a long-term direction so that when service demand grows and when property opportunities becomes available, the county could has this framework for those investments. So this is a high-level summary of where we are. In Salinas, the focus is on improving parking at Alisal, revitalizing the old jail, acquire and renovate 1000 South Main. We wanted to get the final board direction on Laurel Yard and Schilling Place. We will also focus on better long-term use of properties around Natividad Road. In the Peninsula area, we'll work on repurposing 1200 Acogido for housing and rebuild 1281 Broadway. So over in North County, the long-term direction is to explore a regional service campus and look for opportunities to co-locate county services. In South County, the focus is on developing that King City regional campus, pursuing the acquisition of the middle parcel at 1011 Broadway, repurposing 522 North 2nd Street for housing, and continue to develop the resiliency centers. So at this point, the main pending decisions we're looking from the board is really around Laurel Yard. And once we have that direction, we should be able to finalize the remaining kind of major property recommendations and complete the facility master plan. Maybe before we go back to that discussion, I'll quickly cover some of the funding strategies. So the last section of the deck is also responding to another question we received from the board, which is how are we going to fund and implement all of these? The main message here is the facility master plan will be implemented through a phased multi-source funding strategy. That's really like different projects will require different approaches depending on their size, their timing, the urgency, and the purpose of that project. So for some of those smaller projects, the county may be able to use available cash or reserves, but for larger projects, there are also other tools that could be considered. Some of the common funding strategies we've seen in the market includes first one is the general obligation bonds, which are voter-approved bonds generally used for major long-term public investments. Other options include lease revenue bonds or a certificate of participation, which allows the county to finance major facilities over time rather than paying everything up front. There's also opportunities for federal or state grant, particularly for projects to get with a specific purpose, such as transportation infrastructure. We also looked a lot at public-private partnerships, lease-to-own arrangements, or just like long-term leases. This can allow the county to leverage private sector investments. Finally, making better use of surplus county real estate that if like 1220 Nativita as an example, like using ground lease to generate revenue and support other county priorities such as housing. So that's kind of an overview. I think there's no one-size-fits-all funding strategy. We'll kind of comes to that discussion again when we are planning for a specific project. So these slides are detailed information that we attached for reference. I think that's kind of the end of our presentation. Our next step is really to finalize the options with the board today, and then looking to put a stamp on our facility master plan.
Great. Thank you so much for all of the work that went into getting this vision articulated into a document that we can use to guide us moving forward. I'll take it back to our county team for any additional comments.
Just want to go ahead and have the discussion about the two remaining items. But other than that, I think Gensler team explained the next steps pretty well.
Great. And just for the benefit of the board, the two remaining items are on called out on slides. The Laurel Yard is on slide 13. And I don't know that I had the other page noted.
13, 14, and then 16 would be Schilling. So those two properties work together.
Great. So 13 and 14 for the Laurel Yard, and then Schilling for, 16 for Schilling Place question. Okay, let's take it to the board for questions about what's in front of us, and then we'll go to the public, and then we'll come back for discussion. Supervisor Church.
On the current Laurel Yard placement there, and there's a lot of information here, and I'm trying to keep it all lined up right. What is a proposed disposition of that property if it once we move out of that to another site?
So,
is there any proposed idea on that? Yeah.
Yeah. So if you look at, for example, at slide 13, the proposal, of course, is for housing, and then the top area could be for housing, could be for some other purposes to be determined.
That's what I was kind of wondering, if there were, in terms of other purposes, if there has been anything discussed. I mean, we say to be determined. If there's what are the options? Is there anything been tossed around at this point, or is it's pretty wide open?
I think it's wide open, and I think what we found is you kind of need that flex. You need some flexibility to be able to, if something comes up that's urgent, that you may not have been planned for, that there is there is space to do that. Whether it's a jump in housing needs, and we just absolutely make the decision that we're going to have to use that parcel for housing, that it can be used for that. If there are other needs that come up, whether it's related to homelessness or emergency services or whatever it might be, it's there for further discussion down the line.
And on the, I know we're looking at some opportunities there, like on Vandenberg Street near the airport. Are there, and there might be others that aren't up for sale at this point, but my question is looking around there, are there other blocks that of land that aren't being perhaps used that could be potential if Vandenberg doesn't, if we don't go that direction or if it isn't available?
Yes, and I just want to clarify that this was just, these ideas were just, they were just put there just as an example of what might be out there. We have to double check if it's even available. But if the board takes the decision that, yes, this is the direction that we want to go, then the next step as we think about an implementation plan would be to put more resources into looking, for a site or determining the timeline for that.
So just to confirm, my question is, while there aren't any sites right now available, there are potential sites in that area. That's what I want.
It would be, we would look for potential sites in that area.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, go. I'm just going to stick on what you were just talking about then, just to follow up. So if I understand correctly, for Laurel Yard in Salinas, because the planned housing is nearby, what you want from us today is to make a determination, take out what I just said about the planned housing. You want us to make a determination today on the direction to include in the 20-year facilities master plan on Laurel Yard. And some of the factors that are coming into play is that planned housing is incompatible with this long-term use as a yard. And if we decide to focus then instead on supporting housing at this location, what are we going to do with the remaining need that the county has for the other services and buildings? Okay, sorry, I was just wanting to get where we're at.
Yes.
Yeah, on this property, obviously, it has limitations that we know today that we didn't know when I filed that referral in 2023 for that large property. Well, I don't know if most of our colleagues have seen it, but it's a sizable property behind the currently existing Laurel Yard. And obviously with the need for housing, we were trying to, the intent of the referral was to try to put to good use vacant properties where we could meet a critical need for housing. The new information we have, because in front of this Laurel Yard, surrounding the Share Center, we now know, after meeting recently with Eden Housing, that there is limitations. It's not just about building housing, but more importantly, the ability to connect water and have the proper pressure and to have a large enough sewage infrastructure underneath have been challenges that have now delaying this project and have added millions more to the project, which they want to go after, but it extended the timeline just to build 132 units of this housing. So when I did this referral, housing on this back property would have had even more challenges, right? Because they're having to connect water further away so that the soccer complex could maintain its water pressure. So you have to connect the water further away, and to connect sewer here would be more challenging to where this is at, if it's going to meet a future residential need. So that's why when this first came to the master plan, this smaller area, it's page 13, we envisioned moving, only using a portion of that property, which is 49,000 square feet, to build housing. Whoever knows how long that's going to take. It seems like it's going to take a while, right? But it just had me re-look at this. Is this a proper place to just keep? In terms of cost, is it cheaper to keep this existing site for the lower yard or to move forward with the housing on it. And like I said, I think the Eden housing project is going to be 5 to 7 years out, from what I hear. So looking long term, so the other option is do we keep status quo, keep the existing property, keep that existing back area for future growth for the Laurel Yard needs, and then we should be looking at other properties with the city of where to build housing. It just seems like this is going to continue to have limitations to build housing just because of the infrastructure needs that come along with it. So I would just pose that out as another option, just to look at status quo and keep this back property for future housing needs. And in the meantime, let's just get the Eden housing project across the finish line. That would be my feedback on that. Going back, I'm going to go back to this property here outside of our chamber here, the old DA portable buildings. This board had approved just over $1 million to build 85 units of parking. And I know we modified that to envision this property building surface parking in the short term and then a parking garage in the long term if we could ever get the financing. But we did spend money on that, and it turned out to be over $60 million project to build the multi-story parking garage here. And it seemed a potential partner walked away. The city doesn't seem to have the money. The county doesn't seem to have the money. But to be able to put 85 parking spots and to have this now be used by county employees, the court, on weekends by the public, if you want to go to downtown Salinas, that seems like a very inexpensive option, and it would allow us to put this property back to good public use rather than sitting vacant as it is today. So I just wanted to raise that just in terms of imminent. We had some money allocated. We used some of that for the conceptual designs for the parking garage. But at some point, we got to come back and can we put parking in there and put it to good use for our county employees and those visiting the court sooner rather than later, rather than having this be something that doesn't happen from 5 to 8 years from now. The last thing I would want to point out was just on the this is page now 18, the Natividad property. Another property we've talked about, I think, all my 10 years on this board. It's that corner Ag Commissioner Weights and Measures building. This one, we had a more recent referral was working with HCD staff to repurpose that or demolish it and bring some commercial property there so that it's not blighted, continue to be blighted, and we could put it to good use. This now also has an option of the county health department being able to grow onto that site right next door. I just don't know how realistic that is. They talked about, in our conversation last time, we were talking about a lab, if the health department had money there, but it seemed like that seemed to be a far-off idea. Any updates on that?
Yeah, we've reached out to the health department. They are projecting a longer timeline. They put 5 to 10 years, but it sounds like funding is not readily available for expansion.
Okay. So on that one, I would just like to keep the option for commercial or health department, the hybrid, or whatever opportunities come first, so that hopefully it's not sitting vacant for many more years to come.
Pulling out my questions. I think the one question I'll back up is the conversation about the parking here and the sort of desire to have so many of these things. These fundamental questions are coming back to, like, how are we using our land to the highest and best use? And when we talk about parking, whether it be at the Schilling parking area that we would be repurposing, the Alisal Yard or the Laurel Yard over to, so that we can have property available for housing, or the discussion about the parking lot here at the West Alisal location. Really, the goal of that was to free up city blocks for infill development that we know we want to have happen. So keeping that parking conversation on this list somewhere, I think, is something I would like to see. And whether it's the short-term development of the lot so that we have those spaces available, but also recognizing that the county has these 99-year leases or these long-term leases on full city blocks, that pretty prime land that we would love to see something more productively used for. And the, I guess not a question, but the other concept that I appreciate this plan kind of identifying is that we want to have services throughout the county, and in order to have those services into the future, we need those hubs within community accessible points. And as situations and things change with the courthouse in Monterey, with ADA access at the Broadway site, there's changing conditions, and so we need to be thoughtful and thinking proactively so that once we've outlined these are our goals, we're watching for the properties to become available, whether it's in North County or filling in the gaps in the South County campus. But I really appreciate the work and thought that went into this. It answers a lot of the questions that we've had over the years about what's our plan, what direction are we moving in. So those, I think, address my questions. Let's open it up to public comment on this. If there's anyone here for public comment on our facilities master plan. And I don't see any hands raised, but I will just say thank you to the departments who weighed in and shared your perspectives and thoughts. And hopefully all of the department feedback, as our department heads are reading through this, they see their concerns, their priorities reflected. I haven't heard otherwise, so I'm going to trust that that is the case. So with that, we can close public comment and bring it back to the board with the two questions being specifically whether we pursue option 1 or option 2 as a goal for the Laurel Yard, and on page 16, depending on the option we choose for Laurel Yard, what the Schilling Place option looks like. And then if there's a third voice to add the parking, West Alisal parking to a plan, there's 2 of us who've weighed in on that point.
So I'll go first, maybe not answering all the questions folks want answered, but an appreciation to start with in my comments for the King City campus concept. I think that's something that makes a lot of sense. In the last few weeks, I've taken multiple calls from folks interested in the 2nd Street property that was highlighted for potential housing development as well, and I think those pieces dovetail well together. If we can find the right person to purchase or do a swap, either a 2-way or 3-way, from some of the early conversations that I've had, to put us back into that piece in between the 2 properties we already own on Broadway along Franciscan Way. I think that would make a lot of sense for long-term for the county to have a solid footprint in the city of King. Also wanted to just appreciate the Ag Commissioner's office and their vision for that particular corner and what they're doing. Obviously, our office is there, but other uses that have been mentioned recently, I think we're moving in that direction quickly, and that's important. As we talk about the parking lot here, I think I'm still in the position I was in probably 5 years ago. Let's throw down some DG and park some cars. We're sitting here today still without that ability. I'd still like to see that happen sooner rather than later. And I think that would be my preference for a quick fix. And I don't know that beyond that I have much more thought other than remaining flexible with both this piece and the Laurel piece in particular. I know we have to put something in the plan, but things change. I mean, I think about even just the soccer complex and what we would have said 15, 20 years ago versus what we say today. And I don't know that I want to lock it in and say it's this or it's that at this point. I think it's serving its purpose well, unless I hear that in the way that it's currently serving the community, it's not serving its purpose or it's being held back by something. I don't know that I want to put it in stone given what we've seen happen in just the last 20 years that I've been part of the county family and watching some of this evolution. So on that particular property, given its central location and the focus with the soccer complex nearby, the Sheriff Center, all these wonderful things that are shifting, I don't know that I feel comfortable with the information I have today saying lock it in one way or another. And so I know that doesn't help you, and I'm going to leave you there. Thanks.
just kind of chime in with the parking lot as well. I think, there's one thing I get complaints on is there's no place to park. I mean, it seems like it's an inexpensive option for 85 parking spots, and it's, can be a temporary use if we have long-term plans eventually change, but it needs to be done. I know there's been plans to try to do things. This is a little different here off this side on the old jail in the past because of its historical nature, but I don't know if the situation has changed or not on that. I think it's worthwhile some discussion on what to do with that. The fact is, it's a prime piece of a building out here that is deteriorating, and something needs to be done with it. It's whatever we do. I'm not proposing anything, but something really needs to be done. I think when it comes down to the Laurel Yard, I really feel if you're going to put that somewhere, it's an industrial operation essentially going on there. It isn't compatible around housing. It really isn't compatible around business. I'm not sure if it's compatible around other county buildings. That's why I'm really inclined to think the airport is the route to go, because that's an industrial zoning. It creates a permanent place that isn't going to be decades from now maybe be inappropriate and grow out and become a problem like where it stands right now. So I'm really strongly in favor of that, which then would kick back, I think, to number 2 and Schilling at that point. And that gives a great deal of flexibility, as I think Florence pointed out, with some of the land up there in the Laurel is where the Laurel Yard is now.
Thank you. Can I ask a question about what Supervisor Church just? So if I could understand better, the airport property that was given as an example may not be available, but it's any property in that industrial zone would be more suitable. Got it.
Did you want to weigh in on the option specifically?
I already said on Laurel Yard, I prefer option 1, but the fallback would be on option 3, which just is to keep the same footprint, remove the referral 2023.03 and leave that for future growth for the future needs of the maintenance yard. That doesn't cost us anything, allows them to grow. Any other idea we're talking about, if acquiring a new property is going to be tens of millions of dollars.
Okay, so we have one comment saying let's look at an industrial zone for Laurel Yard as a long-term vision. We have another comment saying leave it where it is.
And if I could just throw in, if we leave it out of the Laurel Yard where it is now, that is property that could be potentially sold off to fund other property as well.
Kate, do you have or Supervisor Daniels, do you have a thought?
And we had a third, sorry. And then if I understood Supervisor Lopez's comment, it was that he didn't have really enough information to make a decision today about this.
About locking in that property for something over the long term.
Yeah.
If I may, Chair.
Yes, please.
There is also the possibility that we can, yes, it's a 20-year plan, and as has mentioned, things change. So maybe there's a way to check in, at a 10-year mark, just to revisit. I mean, that could, so just know that if we make a decision, just so we have some framework, but knowing that there is the opportunity to check in maybe at the 10-year mark. That's an option.
So it's possibly in a third option on the table would be hold steady with where we're at right now, knowing that at some point this will be a conversation that we likely need to have, but we're not ready to set and start walking down a path at this point.
I support that.
Okay,
yeah.
so we have...
I'm good at that too, and also just a recognition that there's existing structures on there. And so any repurposing has an added cost of demoing what's there. That's the challenge that comes with this, that whoever would even want to invest there would have the added cost of removing the existing older and some are deteriorating structures that are on there. So, but I recognize there's going to be a growing need, and that's why I said let's and then this board, like you're saying, could evaluate it 5, 10, 15 years as things change there.
And in the meantime, that sort of puts us into option 2 for Schilling Place, which is on page 17 of the slide deck, which includes a relocation for Department of Emergency Management over to Schilling. That would be in either of the situations, but we'd be potentially moving forward with that prior to having a final decision on the Laurel Yard. Okay, just want to make sure we're all, I see nods from everyone. Okay, so we're hearing status quo on Laurel and option 2 for Schilling. And I also heard a desire to add in the surface parking lot here at the government center, and sort of a check-in about the old jail, options for the old jail. I heard one comment for that. I would support having that reference in some way. I know we've had a lot of work done in the past, but maybe adding that to our list of things we want to take a look at. Did I miss anything that was discussed?
Yeah, I think just on the jail, obviously things have changed on it, but it's still a historically designated landmark. That's what makes it difficult. And the potential funding stream that we once had towards in Sacramento, I don't think that's the political will be there to support a project, but it's worth relooking. And this was always a difficult one because there was like two parts: trying to keep the front of the building and then trying to use the back part of the building, which was very difficult to repurpose because of the way it was built and designed. But I think we just need to re-envision how we might be able to advocate for something to happen on this property that will be different than all the previous discussions on it.
All right, should I make this as a motion, or do we have someone who wants to make it? Okay, so the motion would be to, let's see here, to accept the report as it's currently presented with noting, noting option 1 for the Laurel Yard and option 2 for the Schilling Place, adding surface parking lot at the County Government Center on West Alisal, adding a request to engage in a review of the old jail, and acknowledging that there will be flexibility as we continue moving forward with this facilities master plan.
I'll second that. But option 1 option 1 on the Laurel Yard is to build. This was responsive to my referral, right? It's to build in that pink area housing there, versus keeping status quo. And I would withdraw my referral 2023.03. And that keeps status quo with my referral removed.
Okay, so we'll add the withdrawal of
the referral.
And just a discussion on that. Thank you for a second. There's been work done on that. We have someone in the works on that. Would we be backing out of that progress? No.
No, we haven't even entered any discussion because we were just focusing on the existing project within
just
housing.
Looking at general options.
It took the back burner because of all the challenges this other project was having financially. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't have the background on that, so thank you. Okay, so we're going to add to the motion withdrawal of board referral 23.03.
I still am, with the housing going in there, there's going to be eventual problems because there is work that goes at night, repairing equipment.
We just withdrew that.
Okay.
That referral.
Yeah. He means the unit housing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's far enough because there's a parking lot even before you get to enter the Laurel Yard, and then the Laurel Yard's all securely fenced, right? And usually if you go there, because I've gone there to the Sheriff Center in the evening, all employees are gone. It's pretty quiet evenings and weekends. Very little traffic.
Could I maybe I could get maybe Randy to let us know if there is some activity there. And I would need to take another look at that since you're on the space. But my concern is just, as I keep thinking of situations like where Monterey Mushroom was, it built there, it was there for a long time, housing came in, and it became a constant source of complaints because you had a operation that that had trucks going in and out at times, and the neighbors complained. And yeah, please go ahead, Randy.
Thank you very much, Chair, members of the board. Randall Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. Thank you very much for the question about the operations at the Laurel Yard Supervisor Church. To add detail to it, there's various operations at the Laurel Yard, one of which is our fleet services. As the board is aware, this department maintains all the county's fleet vehicles, including purchasing, procurement, and repair. And those are generally daytime hour operations, Monday through Friday, again during daytime hours. However, there are other operations from other departments out there, such as Road District 2, that services the Monterey Peninsula area, and the bridge crew, who serve all of the county, as well as the sign shop. And those operations are generally daytime hours, but if there's an emergency or call out after hours, there is the mobilization of heavy equipment that could occur during the night or on weekends. And similarly, there's another department out there called the Water Resources Agency. Their operation for maintenance purposes is also based out of there. While the department head cannot speak to their operation, they do both daytime work hours and they have their own emergency and weekend call-outs that occur as well. So there is incidental activity that occurs after hours. It all depends on the nature of the business that the county needs at that point in time.
I guess all I'm asking is I want to just keep consideration open here that there may be problems in at some time in the future from the people who are going to be residents there. And I just want to keep that alive for consideration. I realize it's not a problem right now, but it may very well be, and we need to somehow keep some options going on wherever that may be. The airport, I think, would be the ideal place if we were to go there, but we don't have to do that now.
So I think by, reiterating as I did that we would be preserving flexibility within the facilities master plan, which was part of what I think stated in the motion. Does that get it? And we acknowledge that this will be this particular site will be a changing.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize putting that, if it does have to go somewhere, we have to deal with it. Finding another industrial zoning is really the ideal location.
So maybe we could add that then, just recognizing that industrial zoning will ultimately be needed for the Laurel Yard activities as a future recognition, potential, at some point in the future. Okay, cool. We've got, so does staff have the clear motion? Did we? Yes, we do. Okay, perfect.
Just clarifying on the parking lot, because we had it moving and it's been years now. Not much is. Can we provide direction? When can that come back? With that option, just for a future meeting to bring options. Back when the referral was done, I think this board approved 1.2 million because that was the estimated cost back then for 85 parking spots. But I don't want to just us approve it and then not hear for another year or two, just to put it on track to be able to see how much would that cost to do today, and if we even have the means to be able to pay for it this year, or if not, the following fiscal year.
We can certainly do that, and I'll also add that in the CIP that's coming up, that particular project is in the CIP.
It's in the queue.
It's in the queue, and we've escalated the cost based on today's situation. We are doing the surface parking lot, but we could put in the other option as well. But we do have the surface.
Look, that's nice.
Okay.
Gravel.
Great. And then just acknowledging that this is sort of the first step. We get this adopted, and then phasing and all the rest of the pieces will continue to come to us based on what we've outlined here. All right. And I just want to appreciate before we vote the recognition that our social service workforce at Broadway are all being notified of their move-out plans since they can't continue to operate in that building past the end of this year. So I appreciate that that's included here and that our plan is still clearly moving forward on that and that that's here. So, okay, did I go out to, I did public comment. Okay, all in favor of the motion? Oh, one more discussion.
I just never got in the beginning to the opportunity to thank John and Florence and Lindsay and Randy and everybody else who did this, because when I saw it at the CIC, it's amazing what the consultants, Gensler and all of you were able to do just in the time period that I have been working on this, and it's pretty amazing. So thank you. And I hope we have the sort of success that Mr. Snively described from last time, the previous 20-year period. It's exciting to look to the future and see what might happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other final comments, or we'll call for a vote? All in favor? Aye. All right, I think we've heard everyone's voices, so we passed unanimously. Thank you again for the work on this. This discussion went faster than I thought it would. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item, number 9, is a discussion about regulation of point of use and point of entry water treatment systems.
Good afternoon, Chair Root Askew, members of the board, Rick Encarnacion, Bureau Chief, Environmental Bureau, Health Department. Our presenter for our item is Ms. Cheryl Sandoval, Supervising Environmental Specialist for our Drinking Water Protection Services in EHB, and also Mr. Robert Breyer, County Counsel.
Is it showing?
And we have a hard copy as well.
Okay.
Reference.
I'm showing it on here. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I was trying to figure out how to switch it over. Good afternoon. So today we are here to talk about point of use and point of entry, and we are recommending that the Board of Supervisors consider an addendum to the 2010 Monterey County General Plan Environmental Impact Report for the proposed ordinance amending Chapter 1506 of the Monterey County Code, and find that none of the circumstances requiring preparation of a subsequent or supplemental environmental impact report are present, and that no subsequent or supplemental environmental report is required. And introduce, waive first reading, and set September 1st, 2026 at 10:30 a.m. as the date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance to amend the Monterey County Code, Chapter 1506, to authorize and regulate point of use, or POU, and point of entry, also known as POE, water treatment for new construction on either a vacant lot, a vacant existing lot of record, or an accessory dwelling unit that would be served by either a domestic water system or private well that would otherwise not meet primary drinking water standards. So some background of why we are worried about this is that the county regulates about 990 systems that have between 2 and 14 connections. Over 400 of these systems are out of compliance, primarily with nitrate, arsenic, hexavalent chromium, and or 1,2,3-trichloropropane. And this number has gone up a lot since the state brought back the hexavalent chromium regulations. And these are a public health concern because they can cause adverse health effects. The current compliance options for systems that are out of compliance is to consolidate with a nearby system. Unfortunately, there is often not a nearby system that's in compliance that they can consolidate with, or it can be extremely expensive to put in the pipes. They could also drill a new well, and also expensive, and sometimes there's not water deeper in the ground that actually meets standards. They could install centralized treatment, and this can also be expensive, and it can be way more expensive than the individual treatment because it treats all of the water in the system, all the indoor and outdoor use, and it has a lot of waste, and just it's a much bigger treatment system, and so they can be a lot more expensive. For right now, systems or private homeowners can use point of use or point of entry if they have an existing home. So on June 18th, 2019, the board adopted an ordinance that allowed point of use or point of entry to be used for local and state small systems, the ones with 2 to 14 connections. This applied to existing homes, so they could meet drinking water standards, and it also applied to development of vacant lots that did not have a water supply that met standards. Individual property owners could also use point of entry and point of use to meet drinking water standards for a new building permit. And this was also applicable to public water systems, but it mainly just said that they had to comply with the state law that was already in existence for point of use, point of entry. Right after the ordinance was adopted, the county was sued and challenged the ordinance under CEQA and Coastal Act concerns. And we did address these in our most recent proposal to you, but I'm going to come back to the slide and have Robert Breyer present it after I go over some more background. So on November 28th, 2023, the board did adopt an ordinance that allowed point of use to be used for the state and local small systems, but it only applied to existing homes. So anybody who had a vacant lot was unable to use this to build a new home. And in August 23rd, 2024, Environmental Health received a board referral, 2024.10, that requested EHB to research and evaluate necessary steps to allow point of use, point of entry treatment to be utilized for new construction on legal lots of records, including accessory dwelling units. So to bring back parts of the ordinance that had been previously suspended. So with this new proposed ordinance, we have prepared a draft to amend the existing 1506 to allow point of use and point of entry for development of a vacant existing lot of record or an accessory dwelling unit on a domestic water system or a private well that doesn't have water, it meets drinking water standards. This ordinance would require Environmental Health Bureau approval of the device, test results to verify the device is effective. The property owner would need to record a deed restriction regarding installation of the device and ongoing responsibilities to operate and maintain the device. And if the device is installed for a new ADU, all other dwelling units on the property also have to install a device. And so I will go back to our previous slide for Robert Breyer to present.
Thanks, Cheryl. I thought it just might be easiest to give you the legal background here and also to be present for any legal questions you might have. So the county was sued several years ago on the initial, after it passed the initial ordinance on CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act grounds, and on the Coastal Act. The board suspended the ordinance except for public water systems, and eventually a settlement was reached with the litigant, Protect the Process. That settlement had specific terms, which the county has fully complied with, and I'll just go through them briefly. The main one was retention of a consultant to complete an initial study under CEQA. The dispute involved a claim that there should have been CEQA analysis done. So at this point, the county retained Rincon consultants. They conducted an initial study and recommended and prepared a draft addendum to the 2010 General Plan EIR. Both are part of the materials before you today. An addendum is a minor addition to an existing environmental document that's used when there's new information, but nothing that requires further environmental study. When that happens, the board only needs to, this is the language of the guideline, consider the addendum. That is enough. Here, the build-out for units in the 2010 General Plan EIR included the anticipated units that will be built out as a result of this ordinance, should it be passed today. And consequently, no additional review was required besides the addendum itself. That addendum was distributed for public comment, although it's not required by the law. It was impliedly required by the settlement agreement. However, we received no public comment on that. So that's been done. Also, all new development that would use, point of entry, there's a hold on that until 30 days following the approval of the board of this ordinance, if the board approves it, and the associated environmental review. There also was a requirement to consult with the Coastal Commission, since this is in the coastal zone, which we have done, and verified with them a couple of times now that this ordinance would not require an amendment to the local coastal program or their review, any further review. We've also been required to give specific notice to both the litigant and his counsel, or its counsel rather, which has been done both for the EIR addendum and today's hearing, and will be done as well for the second reading on September 1st, should the board go that way. So that's the legal background. I'm also here and happy to answer legal questions.
All right, thank you, Robert. With that, I will end my presentation. And again, we recommend that the board consider an addendum to the 2010 Monterey General Plan Environmental Impact Report for the proposed ordinance, amending 1504, and find that none of the circumstances requiring preparation of an environmental impact report are present, and that environmental impact report and that no environmental import is required. And to introduce, waive first reading, set September 1st, 2026 at 10:30 a.m. as a date and time to consider adoption of an ordinance to amend 1506 to authorize and regulate point of use and point of entry for new construction on either a vacant existing lot of record or for an accessory dwelling unit that would be served by either a domestic water system or a private well that would otherwise not meet drinking water standards. And with that, I end my presentation.
Thank you. I'll bring it first to the board for questions. All right, we'll open it up to the public for questions and comments.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Mike Weaver here for PTP today. I have a few prepared comments. This board agenda item number 9 came as a surprise. The board report and attachments were quite a bit to absorb in a limited time. A few things jumped out at me lightly skimming the paperwork. First, Rincon did the addendum. They did the trumped-up addendum in response to your board's earlier settlement, and we told County Council they could not be used for the subsequent initial study. Rincon did the addendum here. Secondly, I don't think prior attempts to alter the ordinance or CEQA review dealt with the 2010 Monterey County General Plan or the General Plan EIR. Not sure. Third, the big impact issue is the many water systems' intensified water use. For example, there were very good reasons for the B8 zoning overlay in a large part of the Toro planning area and elsewhere in Monterey County. No intensification of use. On page 14 of the proposed ordinance amendment under zoning designation, it does not mention B8, and it appears the number of vacant lots are in error also. From my reading it, and again, I haven't had much time to spend on this, it appears to be reporting lots that do not exist. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other public comment. We have one hand raised from Zoom user guest. We'll go to public comment. This is on item number 9 for Zoom user guest. All right, we're not getting any audio. Right, final call for public comment from Zoom user guest.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
We can hear you. About 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. I had my phone on mute. I just wanted to bring a little bit of a concern because I think if my understanding is correct, the old Kaiser aluminum plant that is right next to the power plant of Moss Landing is a CERCLA, or previously a CERCLA site with extreme hexavalent chromium, I believe is the word. And some of the chemicals that were released during the fire are oxidizing chemicals, which means that they have the potential to bring back everything that was in the old Kaiser plant back to life, meaning It gives it it rebirths all whatever is down there. And that is bad because, that is right next to the Elkhorn Slough. So I think there needs to be more research on this topic because, the moment that enters our water, even more, they found lead, they found more chemicals down there. This is going to be a issue that's going to be, compounded with time.
Thank you for your comments. All right, I see no other hands raised. We'll bring it back to the board. I did have one question. So for like an ADU or a lot with a couple houses who are sharing water, is there a way or does the ordinance include a way for renters to receive information or notice that that the house that they're renting, the property that they're renting, is on a point of use, what do we call it, the POE framework, and that there's notification about how they would, who they would contact if there was an issue with their water? Or is there a way to include that notification as a part of the ordinance?
So if there is ADU that is on an existing water system, then part of the requirements that we have when we test water systems is to provide notification to each of the users. And so if that unit had a point of use, then the owner could include additional information about the point of use. We are also requiring deed restrictions for any units that are used for point of use. And so we can include that as part of the deed restriction that any users of the device would need to be informed that there is a device and the ongoing requirements for keeping that device functioning properly.
Okay, so it's listed as users, which doesn't necessarily mean the owner. It means whoever's actually living in the property using the water system.
So the notification for water systems is distributed to all of usually the owners, and then within the notification, they are required to distribute it to any renters. And then we can clarify to make sure that in any sort of deed restrictions that it goes all the way down to the end user.
Okay, and would that need to be written into this ordinance, or would that happen separately from this ordinance? Because we're waiving the first reading today, so would we need that language to be part of what is being waived into reading today?
It would be standard part of our deed restriction language, but Robert, I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I didn't try to put you on the spot. Do you have an answer?
Well, I guess I'm always a little clarification why we would need a deed restriction, because any water system, the operational one, if you've got water where you're going to need to use a POE, then that water system is required to notify everybody that the water had failed tests. So that's already written into our county code. So I'm trying to understand why we need the deed restriction at that point.
So if the point of use is put in as an organized program for the water system and everybody on the system participates, then a deed restriction is not required. But if the water system does not do an organized program and just if there's a vacant lot on the system and they're the only one that is moving forward with point of use, then they would need to do the deed restriction because they're on their own. There's not the oversight of the water system.
But the water system is, I'm missing some stuff, I'm sorry. The water system is being tested. It's not, it's failing the test. That's why we have a POE. The water system is required to notify whoever's managing it, and the water system itself is required to notify everybody in that system on a regular basis that your water is not drinkable. Aren't I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why do we need a deed restriction then if everybody's already being notified?
So the notification, not all systems are in compliance with this, and so with putting in a point of use program. So if somebody on a water system does it on their own, then we wanted to make sure that when that house is built, and we require treatment, because when a new house is built, to meet the Uniform Plumbing Code, there has to be potable water. And so as part of that is to make sure that there is going to be ongoing really maintenance of that device. So it's separate from the water system. If they do it as part of the water system, they won't have to do the deed restriction. But I'm sorry, I can see I'm not.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure I'm convinced. Is where I'm at on it. But anyway, I'll pass it over to somebody else at this point.
Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you. A couple questions. I'm very familiar with water quality issues in Supervisor Church's district. I have some specific questions about District 5, and just if you could just quantify for me how many private wells or small water systems currently don't meet primary drinking water standards in District 5? Is this a common problem that we have in either the Corral, Highway 68, Carmel Valley?
So in the Highway 68 corridor, there are a lot of systems that have high arsenic.
Okay.
I don't know the number off the top of my head, sorry.
That's okay. So this is a challenge. Okay, then my second question would be about the B8 overlay. And the question that was posed in public comment is the opportunity here to install the POE devices for new homes and ADUs consistent with the overlay's purpose? That might be Craig Spencer question. You might not have heard what I just asked. So I was just curious if in areas within the B8 overlay, we had a question during public comment and whether or not allowing the POE devices on new home construction and ADU construction is consistent with the purpose of the B8 overlay.
That's a really good question. B8 overlay is intended to prevent the intensification of a use of property, usually for resource purposes. Often it can be water, it can be traffic as well. It does not have anything really to do with the treatment of water. It has to do with the added number of people and the additions to those things that were the reason the B8 was put into effect in the first place. Our current ADU rules and regulations do allow ADUs in the B8 zoning districts.
Already.
Okay.
And in the B8 overlay areas, you wouldn't have new subdivisions, clearly. You could have new home development that would be allowed to move forward with a water system that they may not have been able to before because of the cost of that system would have been too great before. Now with this POE, they could potentially move forward?
Yeah, so almost nearly all residentially zoned properties, legal lots of record, have the ability to be developed with a single family home and now an ADU as well.
Got it.
Any intensification beyond that would be restricted in the B8 zone.
And that was the meaning of intensification. Got it. The other questions I had, I think that is it for now, and I'll save my questions. I'll save my comments for when we finalize this ordinance.
Okay, any other questions? Well, let's go to Lopez and Alejo first. Any questions, comments? No? Okay, we'll go back to Church.
It's going to kind of go back to the reason this was proposed is because kind of what you alluded to there, Supervisor Daniels. See, you have one vacant lot on a 4-lot water system. That vacant lot wants to build, and the way it currently stands, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is that it would have to be a centralized treatment system put in at that point. So the other 3 people who already have a home are saying, why do I want to put money into a system here? It's going to cost me money just so my neighbor can build. And this is to go around that into that way. Now, that's the real purpose behind it. So now I'm going to go back again to the deed and try and understand, because we're talking about ADUs as well. So somebody has a house, they want to put an ADU in. They need the POE, whatever choice they choose to make for the ADU. If you're going to put a deed restriction on there, how does it affect the house that's already there?
So if a property owner wants to put on an ADU, then they will also have to put on a point of use on the existing house that's already there. And the deed restriction, it just is to notify the property owner that in order to meet water quality standards, they need to continue to maintain the point of use device. And so future property owners or future buyers would come in and know that this home was developed relying upon the point of use or point of entry device to meet water quality standards. So it's really just a notification.
Okay, I see. A little bit of clarity on that. Do we have language that we can put up on this? Do we have something prepared?
As like a sample deed restriction?
Well, or proposed deed restriction. That's where we're...
No, I don't have anything prepared. We have done these for, it used to be just called a deed notification, and now it's a deed restriction. And that confused me at first because I thought it was restricting something, but it really is just a notification.
It's more of a deed notification.
Yes, it's not restricting anything.
Okay, that's helpful because that's what was catching me too here, is the restriction part. Yeah, I'd like to see what the language looked like. I have to make sure we understand on that because that would be, one part in there. But I mean, I think this is something that's one. It opens up the opportunity for people who own land, who have been stymied essentially by their neighbors to build. And I know several cases of this, and we're short on housing. There's also ADU issues at hand here too, and it's we're trying to make ADUs so they're affordable, and this is one of the things that made ADUs unaffordable because then you have to deal with the centralized system, and I suppose it's kind of a little peripheral question, but I'm kind of curious if we if you have a house with a well and they decide to put in an ADU, they're going to be moving into a local water system at that point too, aren't they?
They would be, unless the ADU
was a JDU or something.
Well, or if it's just family only, if they weren't renting it, then it would fall under that exemption if the water system just serves that one property.
We don't put a deed notification on that, do we? It has to be stays family.
In order to develop,
we do. I had to sign one. I've got a copy in my hand if you'd like a copy.
So we do have a deed restriction then too. If somebody puts an ADU okay, so the water, then you don't have a water system, but if you start to rent it out, then you have to become a water system.
Yes, it all is notifying them that they would need to comply with the water system.
I'm glad you're keeping Supervisor Lopez, and following the law here. Thank you.
Okay, we will need direction on this. Any other discussion or anyone want to make a motion?
I'd be happy to approve staff recommendation as we've discussed here.
It's a motion for staff recommendation. Second. Would you like to second? Awesome. We have a motion from Church, a second from Daniels. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you for the discussion on that and answering all of our questions.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have item number 10, which is, let's see, this was continued from July 17th, a public hearing on an appeal by David Kinnear regarding a coastal development permit.
Good afternoon, Supervisors and Chair Ruud Askew. My name is Jack Sorensen, Project Planner for PLN 250332 Gupta. This application was approved by the Zoning Administrator on April 30th, 2026. And a timely appeal was received. The appeal was originally scheduled for consideration on July 17th, 2026, and the item was continued to August 18th, 2026. Staff recommends a second continuance to a date certain, August 25th, 2026, to allow additional time for District 5 staff and county staff to meet with residents of Del Monte Forest and the Pebble Beach Company. Thank you.
All right, so what would the date, and just a clarification on the continuation, I'm hearing it was continued from July 7th, not July 17th.
July 17th. Excuse me, July 7th.
July 7th, so that's just a correction noted on the agenda. So we'll just want to call that out specifically. So continued from July 7th, 2026, and the date to be continued to is?
To August 18th, which is today, and then to August 25th, 2026.
All right, and do you need us to take action on that?
Yes.
Okay, let's open it up for public comment. Is there any public comment on this request for continuance? Seeing no one in chambers and no one online, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion or motion.
Move staff recommendation of continuance to the 25th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Lopez, a second from Church to continue this item until August 25th. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along, we're at item number 11, which is referral matrix.
Yes, it is. Hold on. Many things. I apologize. I do have a new referral from Supervisor Lopez, and this is for responsible contractor standards and bids. And my email, my computer is locking up, so I'm trying to open it up really quick. But there was public comment this morning during regular public comment about this referral, and with that, I'm going to toss it over to, here we go, we're up and running. The referral title is Responsible Contractor Standards for County Construction and Public Works, and bid evaluation credit for apprenticeship training and worker health care. The purpose is to direct County Council and the County Administrative Officer, the Contracts and Purchasing Division, and Public Works Facilities and Parks to return to the board with a recommended framework establishing responsible contractor standards that condition county construction and public works eligibility on good standing with respect to outstanding wage judgments, and that award additional evaluation credit in the bid and pre-qualification process to contractors who invest in high-quality, state-approved apprenticeship training and who make healthcare expenditures for workers on the project. The goal is to protect workers, level the playing field for law-abiding contractors, and to ensure that public dollars build a skilled local workforce. The referral has been appointed to the different departments, CAO's office, the Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department, and also County Council. And we anticipate that it will come back within its regular timeline. That's all I got.
Okay, great. And our practice has been not to have discussion on the new referrals, so we will say thank you and go to item number 12, which is a preliminary response on a flag policy referral.
Good afternoon, Chair Rudascu and members of the Board of Supervisors. Florence Cabuasa Green, Chief of Facilities, back here this afternoon to provide a preliminary response to Board Referral 2026.1, which asked to review and recommend updates to the Board Policy G146 that's related to the ceremonial display of the Pride flag to establish a consistent approach for recognizing Pride Month through flag display practices at county facilities. Today, briefly what we're looking for is just, again, for you to receive a preliminary analysis report. We've looked at the existing board policy and would like to get your feedback on that by directing staff to either continue review and recommend updates to board policy G146, again, which is related to the ceremonial display of the Pride flag, to establish a consistent approach for recognizing Pride Month through the flag display practices at county facilities, and to proceed with completion of the referral based on modifications by the board. So that's one option. The other option is to rescind the referral and then finally provide further direction as appropriate. Just for a little background, we do have board policy G146 that was established August 13, 2024. And the purpose of that flag policy is to guide departments in properly and respectfully displaying the flag of the United States and other flags. In that board policy, there is a section H that specifically speaks to other county flags. And it says, flags other than the flags of the United States, the state of California, and the county of Monterey may be displayed when approved by the Board of Supervisors. If such approval is given by the Board of Supervisors, the board shall specify where the other flag is to be displayed and for what period of time. So as an example, we have the Ukrainian flag here that is displayed per prior board direction, as well as the Pride flag that is displayed during the month of June. The referral, this is a summary of some of the practices that we currently use for display of the Pride flag and what guides us. There are multiple resolutions that direct staff to raise the flag during the month of June. Specifically, we have Resolution 21-150, which directs staff to raise the Pride flag at 168 Alisal Government Center, and that's been in place since June 2021. And the PWFP Facilities Department manages the Pride flag, raising the Pride flags at multiple county use buildings and parks. And as far as single-use facilities, so those would be facilities such as Health Department or DSS where they manage their own flags. That's the departments themselves that manage those. And so for that reason, I think the referral recognizes that there's a need for some more administrative guidance and consistent practices across all county facilities. We did look into what it would cost to make sure that flags are raised at all county facilities. It's about $65 per flag, depending on the size and the quantity and quality, actually. And the idea here this is a summary flag, slide, but the idea here is we just want to make it clear as a standard that the Pride flag is raised every month of June, as opposed to having disparate or various resolutions every year. So right now, other than raising the flag at 168 Alisal, there has to be a resolution instituted every year to raise it at other locations. And again, also setting up those expectations in terms of proper etiquette for raising the flag. And those are kinds of the issues that we would be looking at. If we move forward with updating the flag policy, we would have an additional section within the flag policy that would read very similar to this that has been proposed, which basically says that the County of Monterey recognizes Pride Month during the month of June. During Pride Month, the Pride flag shall be ceremonially displayed at county multi-use facilities and county parks where operational flagpoles are present, in accordance with applicable federal and state flag protocols and any administrative guidance that is provided by the county. and county departments with flagpoles under their direct control would be encouraged to participate in this annual recognition. With that said, our next steps is we would work with the County Administrative Office, the Civil Rights Office, the Military and Veterans Affairs Office, as well as Office of the County Council to develop that kind of administrative guidance and update the flag policy accordingly. With that, that kind of ends my presentation, and I'll be open for any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Just one comment I wanted to make per the referral, and I've now lost my papers. I appreciated the chance to read through the just the flag policy in general. I think it's a good one for us to look to review and look at. On slide 6, I would just comment that the last sentence about county departments with flagpoles under this direct control are encouraged to participate. I think I would delete that sentence, given that if we're having a county policy, it should apply to all county flagpoles, not just based on what department you happen to be in. So I would hope that all of our flag policies apply to all county departments. So that would just be my request in the direction that we give, but we'll open it up to the board.
I'll jump in and just say that I appreciate the proposal and I appreciate what was presented. It seems practical and flexible and something that could be implemented by all the departments. And so I just want to say that I support what was presented today, and also most importantly for the LGBTQ plus community. I think it is strengthening our commitment to that recognition and across Monterey County. So I'm very supportive.
Any other comments or direction? Let's open it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this board referral and direction? I'm seeing no one in chambers and I'm seeing no hands raised online, so we can bring it back. I'm not seeing anyone jump in. I'll make a motion to approve the receive the preliminary response and direct staff to establish the consistent approach as presented with the one change to the language proposed on page 6 to remove the final sentence.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Right. A motion is approved unanimously. Thank you. And thanks for bringing this back. I think it got re-pushed a number of times. So yeah.
The next will be the actual.
Great, thank you. Okay, do we have any, and I'll just say on that item, every year we do a resolution, and sometimes it falls later in the agenda, later in the month, so this just clarifies that. It's been a practice of the county, and so to memorialize some of these practices and make sure that starting on the first of the month, or when we do other resolutions, that we're incorporating them into what happens moving forward. So just want to say thank you to the team who's helped us make this happen. And I'll also mention that I have had opportunity just last month at Pride to talk to a county employee who shared that having come to work in Monterey County from another community, that seeing the flag when they drove into Schilling Place was something that was striking to them and made them know that they made the right decision to come to work for Monterey County. It was someone who shared that none of their colleagues knew that was significant for them, and that it wasn't something they planned on sharing publicly, but just knowing that that's the location that they were driving into and the building that they were walking into. It was meaningful, significant. It was a very touching conversation. So just want to say that these things do matter in ways that I don't know that we always think about or recognize. So thank you to my colleagues. Okay, we'll move on to item number 13, CAO comments.
Yes, I'd like to begin by first acknowledging the folks that are over at our Emergency Operations Center, but also the folks that are out at the command center with CAL FIRE, CHP, the Sheriff's Office, and other agencies that are supporting us through the timber fire in District 5, and as well as the community who has become very engaged and very informative and not shy about asking for what they need. And truly, It's been an honor to work with everybody as part of this process, but also to learn so much more about Big Sur. So King City is still my hometown, but Big Sur is such an interesting place to just get to know. But thankfully, just this afternoon, or towards the noon hour, there were changes that were made to the EVAC order and EVAC warning areas. I think the warnings remain, but some of the EVAC order areas were downgraded. So I think in terms of how much of the fire has been contained, we're probably about 20% or a little over 20%. But the number of people that are out there fighting this fire has ranged at about 2,000. And it went up quickly to about 1,200 and then has stayed steady at 2,000. What's made it even more difficult, I think, for us locally is that our CAL FIRE team, our local team, was actually in Washington, close to the Canadian border, fighting fires there with 25 engines, and is eager to come back. So they're on their way back. It'll take them 2 days to get here, and we should be seeing them on the ground by Thursday locally and briefing us. So I just want to say thank you to everybody in terms of the response and just the partnership between the fire agencies, but also between law enforcement and the community, because this has been a learning curve. And I think one of the biggest things that we've learned is that in terms of history, we're not really the holders of the history, it's the people. And so we do need to do a better job of making sure that we remain informed. And so we have made a commitment to the community that we are going to put something in writing, at the very least to document what's been done in the past so that we're not reinventing the wheel, because it's being reinvented with the information and knowledge that they're all bringing. So it's been a bit of a dance. It hasn't been a smooth dance. There's been some stepping of toes too. But one of the greatest things I'll say about this county is that when it comes to emergencies, people rally and there's no ambiguity in terms of how we're going to support and when we're going to support. So that piece just remains strong. And the key component of that is our county family. It's wonderful to go to the Emergency Operations Center and to see people from County Council's office, people from District 4 stepping in and helping District 5, people from District 2 being stolen, no, being borrowed. But it's been so great to be out there and to see all the faces. And it's, I mean, at the very least, it just solidifies that this county is one. Regardless of the jobs that we all do, it is a team, and it's awesome to see it. And so thank you for all of that. I do, I'll keep my comments to that today because I think that's so important for all of us to just back each other up, make sure we're taking care of ourselves, and then staying hydrated, and maybe even staying out from the smoke because it has reached Salinas Valley, and we certainly feel it. So thank you.
All right, we'll move right to Supervisor Daniels.
If I may follow that up, I wanted to say that I think there's a lot of folks, and I'm so grateful for this in the CAO's office and throughout the county, that are getting their crash course on Big Sur during this fire. And now that you have a really clear understanding of the South Coast and the North Coast, it's important to note that before 1937, King City was town for the South Coast. And so there was a trail that went over to Jolan, and it sort of mirrors Nacimiento Ferguson, but that was where Big Sur folks got the train. That's where they went to town and got their supplies. And so there is a nice correlation and between King City, and there was no roads that went north. You had to be on the North Coast in order to get the trailhead that went to Monterey. So yeah, so we're connected. But I do want to thank CAO Sonia De La Rosa. Your help has been unbelievable. I have not had to ask, and there was support that you organized from District 4 and District 2, and I'm really grateful. And I know the community is unbelievably grateful for the type of flexing and advocacy that the CAO's office and the PIO have done for Big Sur during the timber fire. I'm unprecedented support and help. And so I'm really, really grateful, and thank you for that. To be specific, I want to thank my colleague, Evan Snyder, who is really experiencing that drinking from the fire hose. And when the cooperators briefings were still in King City, he was driving every morning to the cooperators briefings. He has been the one in our office communicating with all of the folks that are reaching out to us, and has really managed the barrage that came coinciding with Car Week. Like it was no easy task, and he's done it amazingly. I want to thank also Claudia Link, our policy analyst, who's jumped in to support the office. And I want to thank from District 2, even though I did this last week, really want to thank Leonie Gray and Vanessa Acevedo and Supervisor Church for lending them during this major event for District 5 and for the Big Sur Coast. And then the same for Supervisor Askew, because Sonia coordinated as well. Support from both Yuri Anderson, who's been my right hand while my chief of staff has been out on leave. And so we could not have got through this without her. And then I know that Kira Pani has been also in the EOC. So our CAO rallied so many people without even my request. It's just you coordinated this, and you brought these people together, and it's been so helpful and so successful, I think, for our advocacy on behalf of the residents. And then last but not least, you brought in one of your team members, Nicole Hollingsworth, to help me in the District 5 office. Today was the first day she was at the EOC, but she's been in my office since last Monday, and I could not have provided the type of communication and support of constituents if I didn't have Nicole providing that communication. And then in terms of the county, and I won't go beyond the county for these comments because there would be too many people to have to reference here, but the Department of Emergency Management, Kelsey and team, the Sheriff's Office as well, have really put all their resources toward ensuring the safety of our residents. Kelsey showed up on Saturday, making one stop outside the evacuation zone and one stop inside the evacuation zone, a one-stop shop for our CERT volunteers who needed to be reactivated and get their credentials up to get their credentials re-upped. And she did it all, both in the closure for folks that were in the closure, outside the closure for folks who were outside the closure, and it was incredible. So I just want to express my gratitude for the timber fire response and how the county has been able to really come together and respond. I do need to say a couple things about Car Week, and I want to make sure everybody knows that my office has created a feedback form. The feedback form was available to residents during Car Week, but we are keeping it open, and we're trying to gather as much information as we can. As I think we all share, there's some incredible things that happen in our county during Car Week, some events that I know are beloved by many people locally and who come here for those events. But there's a sideshow of what Car Week has become, and it was demonstrated this year with just tons of racing on our streets. District 5 lost 2 individuals. A beloved community member in Big Sur was killed, and a visitor was killed. And it's just really gotten out of control. So I just want to make sure that my constituents know to fill those feedback forms out, and that we will be responding in kind and trying to put new safety protocols and bring new changes to the event to be implemented as soon as next year, so we never have a safety situation on our roads and highways like what we experienced this year. It was truly traumatizing. So we will be working on that, and I hope you will respond in kind with any thoughts or recommendations through our feedback form. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, I want to just join in and thank all the heroic firefighters and support staff that have been out there, and to in Supervisor Daniels' district, and certainly to all our county leaders and employees who have been doing also very heroic work. The news said last night there hadn't been a structure that has been a casualty of that fire, which is amazing considering the size and how long it's gone. So that's a testament to the good work. So thank you to my colleague, Supervisor Daniels, and to everyone helping out, respond to the community needs, and trying to save people's homes and other property out there. I did also want to just add that tomorrow I'll be attending the CSAC Board of Directors meeting in Sacramento representing our county. We have our meeting on Thursday. We're having some additional meetings tomorrow, but we will be voting on positions on different propositions on the November ballot on behalf of our county association statewide. And so that will be the big votes we will be taking on Thursday morning. I also wanted to say that I think some of us are going to the Relay for Life kickoff, which will be this Thursday at 6 o'clock at the National Steinbeck Center here in downtown Salinas. I'm also attending a 30th anniversary event for O'Neill Sea Odyssey out in Santa Cruz. They're one of our partners for our Young Supervisors program. I want to certainly support the work they do, not only in Santa Cruz County, but they also serve youth in Monterey County as well. And then lastly, I mentioned this last week, we have our Monterey Bay Area Association of Latino Elected Officials on Saturday in Watsonville. It's a regional meeting with electeds, formerly electeds, and appointed officials from all 4 counties, including Santa Clara County. So that's where I'll be on Saturday. Thank you very much.
I'm going to kind of piggyback off Supervisor Daniels' comments there on the road, just going over from Big Sur to South County, which going back prior to 1960, South County actually had 2 supervisorial districts. One of them, only had a few hundred voters in it. That was that southern part, and I guess that was why it was cut out. The Peninsula only had 1, and Salinas and North County had 1. So, South County was a little overrepresented at that time.
Whoa, shots fired.
But anyway, that was, I think, the reason with the road and the way it was drawn. But in 1960, that was changed because it was somehow deemed unfair that you had all these cities, people on the peninsula, tens of thousands of people with 1 representative, and 1,000 down in the very southern part of the county in San Ardo that had their own supervisor. Anyway, going back to the present, I and Supervisor Alejo were at the Watsonville Law Center yesterday, and it was great to see that opening over there. It'll serve a lot of good purpose. And the only other thing I really have to say is tomorrow night I have a town hall at 5:30 out at Rancho Cielo for Natividad in Bolsono's area. And that's it.
At one point, Steinbeck wrote about King City and said that it would rival San Francisco due to its ability to turn trains at a pace that nobody else could and store grain. Unfortunately, wildfires caught us back then too and changed the trajectory for southern Monterey County. But that aside, I just want to also thank everybody who's taken part in responding to the timber fire. I've heard a lot of folks who've reached out and just said, I wish we had more resources, but knowing that there's not many, I'm proud of what we got. And I think that's so important, and that's talking about the statewide picture about the response to on the ground to get folks where they need to be, and the respect for the locals, understanding their knowledge and historical context on the ground better than anyone else. So well done to everybody who's taken part in that response. I do want to share that this week will be another busy week in the 3rd District. I know that Friday I'll be at MCBC's speaker series, which every supervisor takes part in, but this Friday will be my turn. So just want to share with folks interested in that. It'll be taking place on Friday at the Kleinfeld Family Barbecue. And also that evening will be in Hesperia. If you don't know where Hesperia is, it's wedged between the two lakes down in southern Monterey County. They have their town hall, which they hold every August, dedicated to hosting all of their public officials. So look forward to seeing everybody out that evening. It's always a fun evening. And then I believe that Thursday, I won't be able to make it to paint the town purple, the relay for kickoff, only because I'll be at the Solid Waste Authority, but want to send my gratitude and thanks to everybody who pulls that event off. I know it's so important. As you know, we did our Paint the Valley Purple last weekend, and then I'll just share that this weekend's apparently the food weekend in southern Monterey County. We don't have Pebble Beach Food and Wine, but we do have the chowder competition at Crew Winery, which I'll be a judge for this Saturday, August 22nd. And then Sunday we'll be celebrating the first annual rib competition at Oak Park in Greenfield. So if you're hungry for either chowder or ribs, South County's your spot this weekend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. I will echo the just appreciation to everyone who has jumped in to respond. You know, it's our firefighters on the front line. It's our county staff who are behind the scenes answering calls and helping to coordinate where resources are needed. It's, you know, the moms on Facebook who are offering up a room to take care of someone who's displaced or someone taking on an animal. It's just the variety of ways that our community comes together. I think we see it during disasters, but I know that it's there every day. It's there all the time. It's what makes Monterey County such an incredible place to love and to call home. So just, again, I'll echo those appreciations. Let's see here. A couple things I wanted to share. These are past events that we had, but I just wanted to reference. We hosted a really great Wednesday with Wendy last week with a panel discussion about the oil and gas drilling proposals that the federal administration continues to push forward. The video is posted on our website, and it includes some very specific calls to action that individuals can take to help weigh in with your voice. One of them specifically to ask all of our city jurisdictions up and down the Bay to join the local government coalition that is working to coordinate opposition, and asking all of our local jurisdictions to take a closer look at their blue wall ordinances. Monterey County is lucky that we have a voter-approved blue wall in place here, but many of our cities don't have those same protections in place, and so we really do need to activate our local cities to act on their ordinances. So just want to again thank the presenters for that. It was a hard to hear set of presentations because they were so hard to hear, but important information to be putting out there. I want to thank Sun Street Centers for their overdose and drug awareness symposium that they held in Seaside last week. And then also want to acknowledge and have a request from my colleagues over on the Ledge Committee, but I was honored to join a press conference up in the Bay Area with some of our Bay Area partners to support AB 1633, which would be just one more action that we can take to oppose detention centers in California, immigration detention centers in California. AB 1633 would implement a 50% tax on for-profit immigration detention centers. And so we're speaking out to ask for our state representatives and the governor to sign that piece of legislation. So I will ask that be something that our legislative committee look at getting a letter of support issued for. Those are my quick announcements for today, and I just want to thank all of our team for keeping all of the agendas moving. They've been some really heavy agendas, and we've been trying to move things around to keep things flowing, but I'm glad that we'll be getting out of here a little bit early today. So with that, we'll do any readouts from closed session.
No reportable action today.
Okay, and we do have a significant adjournment in memory of Command Sergeant Major Sid Williams, and I'm going to pass the floor to my colleague Luis Alejo to read some comments.
We have an image to put up, and this will be adjourned in memory by both the Chair, Supervisor Askew, and myself. Thank you very much. Colleagues, today it is with a heavy heart that we adjourn in memory of United States Army Command Sergeant Major Sid Williams, a decorated soldier, respected community leader, and tireless advocate for veterans. He served as the chairman of the Monterey County Military and Veterans Affairs Commission for the last 18 years, since 2008, providing steady leadership and always advocating for those who served our country. He sadly passed away on August 11th. Sid was born in Missouri and grew up in a military family. Inspired by his father's service, he joined the United States Army in 1966. His military journey began right here at Fort Ord, where he completed his basic and infantry training. He later attended parachute school at Fort Benning and trained at Fort Bragg as a Special Forces medical specialist. Over nearly 27 years in the Army, including 18 years in Special Forces, Sid served in Vietnam, Thailand, Okinawa, Korea, Germany, and at military installations throughout the United States. His distinguished service included service as a first sergeant with the 9th Infantry Division, a sergeant major at the Department of the Army in Washington, D.C., and a command sergeant major with the 2nd Infantry Division in Korea. Fittingly, Sid's final assignment brought him right here to Monterey County at Fort Ord. As Command Sergeant Major of the 8th Evacuation Hospital, he deployed to Saudi Arabia in support of Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm, and he retired from the Army in 1992. But Sid's service did not end when he took off his uniform. He served as a Marina Planning Commissioner and on the Marina Coast Water District's Conservation Committee. Sid also served on numerous boards of veterans organizations and was a champion for the creation of the Central Coast Veterans Cemetery, a special place where local veterans could be placed to rest close to home and close to their families. Even as a Meals on Wheels driver, he continued finding simple and meaningful ways to care for others in our community. Beyond his many accomplishments, Sid was a devoted husband to his wife, Marilyn, with whom he shared 45 years of marriage and a home in Marina. Sid Williams lived by the values of duty, honor, and service. From military posts around the world to communities of Monterey County, he devoted his life to helping and protecting others. His leadership strengthened our community, his advocacy improved the lives of countless veterans, and his example will continue to inspire us all. On behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, I extend our deepest condolences to his family and friends, his fellow veterans, and all who knew and who loved him. May Commander Sergeant Major Sid Williams rest in peace, and may we always remember his extraordinary lifetime of service to our nation, to our veterans, and our local communities. We adjourn our meeting today in his loving memory. Thank you.
You will be missed, Sid. We are adjourned.